All right, so first things first, all the recordings you can watch on our YouTube page. Please subscribe. I'm going to share a link with you here in the chat. If you want to ask questions in the comments, even after this webinar or these 3 days, this session ends, you can always ask your questions in the comments and we will respond to your questions. So definitely, you can catch up on the recordings, you can watch them, you can, if you for whatever reason get kicked out of Zoom webinars here, you can actually join in YouTube and you can watch us there. So yeah, looking forward to today's session. Also a reminder to stick around because at the end of today's session, we're going to have all of our panel speakers answering your questions. Last time we did this in the beginning of this year, it was the best thing ever. It was literally the best part of the 3 days was being able to answer your questions live. So stick around with us on YouTube, on Zoom webinars, and at the end of today's day, we're going to have all the speakers coming back for all the 17, I guess, of us coming back at 3 p.m. Eastern, and we will be answering your questions as much as possible and trying to help you out for absolutely free. You will never find any similar event having 17 experienced, licensed Canadian immigration professionals in one room answering your questions for free. So please stick around until the end. And what we got today for you. So let me quickly share with you a little bit of the agenda for today. All right, let me share my screen. And I will reveal what we have in store for you today. Okay, so today, guys, we're having our day 3 and we're going to talk about creating an expression of interest for Ontario Immigrant Nominee Program. Eve is going to come in and talk to us, and Eve is an amazing presenter. I always enjoy her presentations, and this time around, she's going to talk about practical tips and practical kind of step-by-step process of how you can create an expression of interest for Ontario Immigrant Nominee Program. So this is kind of a chaser to Deandra's presentation on day 1. On day 1, Deandra was presenting about Ontario PNP job offer streams. If you think you are eligible, or if you are eligible for Ontario job offer streams or one of them, then what you want to do, you want to create an expression of interest. And this is exactly what Eve will be guiding you to do today. Then we're going to have Julie. Julie will talk about work permits for Francophones. So this is the session. If you're a Francophone, this is a session you really need to listen to, because actually, if you are even having a lower level of French, you need to listen to this session, because Francophone Mobility Program is a one-of-a-kind opportunity to get a work permit in Canada with a fairly low or a bit lower level of French and without LMIA. It's literally like we were actually expecting this program to be closed down or changed this year, and it never did. It never got changed. It never got closed down. This is one of the loopholes that I think still exist for a lot of people to either extend or get a work permit in Canada that is fairly easy comparing to all the other ways. I'm not saying that work permits are, raining here and it's super easy, but still it's one of the easiest, honestly, ways to get work permits in Canada. You do have to have some sort of knowledge of French for that. Then we're going to welcome Barbara, and Barbara will talk about, again, very practical aspect of express entry application and exactly what documents you need to provide. So if you are expecting express entry invitation to apply sometime soon, so if your points are good, if you know that you're going to receive an invitation to apply, within the next foreseeable future, then you want to stay tuned for that session because it's going to be a very practical guide on what documents exactly you need to gather. Then we're going to have Ritu, who will talk about restoration of status. So right now, if you are in Canada, we know that a lot of work permits are expiring, and a lot of people are actually in a restoration position when they lost their status and they need to restore their status. So Ritu will talk about that. And the final presenter would be Daria. And Daria will talk about procedural fairness letters and PR refusals. Unfortunately, we see a lot of PR refusals this year. They really picked up. Procedural fairness letters really picked up. If previously procedural fairness letter was something that happened not very often, now it's just happening left and right, at least once a week. Once a week, we have somebody contacting us on our email, Instagram, TikTok, saying that like, hey, I got a PFL. Can you help me with a response? It's crazy. I've never, in 9 years of practice, I've never seen this many PR refusals and PFL. So we thought that we need to cover that within this session. And at the end of our day today, so after Daria's presentation, we're going to have a panel gathering together panel of all the speakers from previous days and or all the speakers that can make it because we all have very busy schedules helping immigrants, but we will have all the speakers answering your questions. So make sure you stick around, and we promise that we will answer as many questions as possible. So yeah, that's the agenda for today. Let me just double check if our YouTube live is working. And we have Eve here. Hi, Eve. How is it going?
Hi, good morning. I'm good. How are you?
Good, good, good. I can't wait to see your presentation, especially in the light of things that we just got a new immigration level plan,
Yeah,
and we have PNP quotas almost doubling, or I
exactly.
think doubling,
Yeah,
doubling since last year. So we actually expect Ontario PNP hopefully working pretty well in the next year. So we've had a lot of questions during Deandra's session about Ontario Immigrant Nominee Program. So if you guys think that you are eligible, or hopefully you are eligible, then you really, really, really want to make sure that you have your expression of interest ready to go before the new year starts, or even before that, because we expect Ontario PNP to actually draw people in pretty good numbers, hopefully. So yeah, Eve, go ahead with your session, and let's see what you have prepared for us.
thank you so much, Elena. Hello, everyone. Thank you for attending today's webinar. I'm the first speaker for the day, and I just wanted to see the chat where everyone is coming from. So we have people from Hyra from Ghana. Hi, George from Kenya. Um, oh, Odette from Jamaica. Emmanuel from Ghana. Hi, everyone. Oh, Liban from Somalia. Hello, hi. Great. We have very active attendees today. So hello. Let me just try to share my presentation. All right. Okay.
Yeah, it's all
My
good.
presentation is fine. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
All right. So again, so welcome to the webinar. So my topic for today is about creating an EOI profile. So that's expression of interest. So first, let me introduce myself. Hi, I'm Eve. I'm a licensed Canadian immigration consultant. So you can search my name in the CICC, that's the College of Immigration and Citizenship Consultant website, to see my credentials there. I am the CEO and lead consultant at BN Borderless Immigration Services. I graduated from Queen's University in Ontario, and I specialize in economic migration applications. That includes OINP. So my topic is, as you can see, how to create an EOI profile that's expression of interest. So Deandra did an amazing job last Tuesday where she spoke about the OINP stream. So this is the perfect follow-up topic for that. So if you weren't able to attend, head on to Weber Immigration on YouTube and search the video for day 1. So it's really packed with information that you need to know if you are qualified for OINP. So why PNP or why OINP? So OINP was not much active this year compared to previous years, mostly because of the federal cuts to the PNP quota. So just a reminder, in 2024, the plan was 110,000, the target for provincial nominees. And at that time, OINP issued 21,500 nominations. Now, in 2025, it was reduced by half. So it has been a slow year for OINP. But now, with the new immigration levels plan that was just announced yesterday, we see the quota return to provinces. So the new quota is now 91,500. And this year also, there were significant updates which made the nomination process, specifically for the employer job offer stream, more streamlined and faster. So again, why are we even considering OINP or PNP in general? Because as we all know, CEC draws are becoming so competitive. So for some, PNP is really a great alternative to getting PR. So now more than ever, it is so important to know what options are available to you. So as a short intro to my topic, let me just briefly touch on the different streams under OINP, because this is important to know before you decide what type of application you'll create. I get a lot of DMs which basically they're confused about the express entry and non-express entry streams. And one of them even missed out on the opportunity because of this confusion. So they thought that having the notification of interest is enough to get the 600 points. They didn't know that they had to apply in the portal and everything. So basically it lapsed and they missed out on getting those points for express entry. So as you can see in this diagram, the OINP streams can be divided into two: the EOI, expression of interest, and the express entry streams. So under the EOI stream is the employer job offer with 3 sub-streams: foreign worker stream, international student stream, and in-demand skill stream. Then there's the graduate streams. You have the master's and PhD. As the name suggests, expression of interest, the applicant, as the applicant, you are expressing your interest to live, work, and permanently stay in Ontario. Now, for express entry, there are 3 sub-streams: the human capital priority stream, the skilled trade stream, and French-speaking skilled worker stream. So this is where you get a notification of interest in your express entry profile, and you get the 600 points. Again, as the name suggests, Ontario is notifying you that it is interested in your skills. Now, the main difference between these 2 streams, the EOI stream and the express entry stream, is where the profile is created. So for the EOI streams, these streams on the left, you need to make an expression of interest or a profile in the OINP e-filing portal. for the streams on the right, you need to have a valid express entry profile. Now, what's common among all of these is that it's points-based, mainly because it's economic migration, right? It's an economic migration program. So today I will talk about how to create an EOI profile, and if time permits, I can briefly touch on how you can also qualify for the NOI or express entry streams as well. Okay, now let's turn to the main topic, which is how to create your EOI profile. This is how the OINP e-filing portal looks like. Here you can see the streams that we just talked about, and the way they're categorized is by job offer and non-job offer streams. So you have here the job offer streams and the human capital streams. But don't be confused, because even if the graduate streams, the master's and PhD streams, are lumped with the express entry streams, they are still included in the EOI stream. So let's talk about the EOI process for the employer job offer streams and the graduate streams first. Now, there was an update this July 2025, which made this employer-led. What that means is now the employer must create an OINP employer portal account and a job offer first before you can create an EOI profile. Because previously, anyone can just create it. Then, when they get an ITA, they ask for support from their employer, only to find out that either they don't support OINP or they're not qualified as a company to support OINP. So basically, this system overhaul makes the process streamlined, and basically lesser ITAs are wasted, because from the get-go, the job offer is already verified on the back end. And this also reduced the processing time significantly, as I will show you later on the current processing time as well. So that being said, the first step, again, is to get the job offer from your employer. So once they do that, you will receive 2 emails. So I have, this is a screenshot of those 2 emails. The first one is with the subject, OINP, you have been issued a job offer. This contains your enrollment number. It starts with PNP and then a string of numbers. And it also has the job offer ID. So you need this information to first create a My Ontario account, and then access the OINP e-filing portal, and then create your EOI profile. So the first email actually has the step-by-step process on how to do this, and I will also show this to you later on. And then the second email is with the subject line OINP registration update. So this email has the PIN, which is again needed for creating the OINP account. So first of all, when you ask your employer for a job offer, make sure that you give them your correct email address so that you'll be able to receive all of these emails. So as I mentioned, the links are available in the email as well. So click the link for the My Ontario account. So it will show this page where you have to create an account with your email address and then create a password. And once you do that, you go back to the email and then click the link for the OINP e-filing portal. So you will get this page, and it has this CAPTCHA things. It basically doesn't work. So you can click it. You may not, you can also not click it. It doesn't matter. Just click continue. And then once you do that, it will again prompt you to log in to your My Ontario account. So you sign in, and then it will give you this page. Then you click authorize with a PIN and enrollment number. So remember in the email, OINP had sent you these information. So your email would be here, and then input the enrollment number from the first email, the one with PNP, and the string of numbers, and then the PIN, which is in the second email. So once you do that, it will reach this page again. Now, for the master's and PhD student streams, of course, you don't have a job offer. So once you create your My Ontario account, it will go to this page. It will ask if you're an applicant, a representative, or an employer. So, of course, click the one for new applicant. And again, it will send you to this page. So it will show you all of the streams that you can apply to. So for the job offer stream, so when you select any of the job offer streams, so you have the employer job offer stream, foreign worker, international student, or in-demand skill stream, it will prompt you to input the job offer ID. Remember the first email you received? You have the job offer ID there, so you put it there, and then your email address. And then the email address is associated to. So make sure that the email address where the email was sent is the same email that you will input here. And this is how the EOI profile page will look like. It has 9 tabs, and you'll need to fill out all the information. For the job offer streams, some fields are auto-populated from the employer side. So you'll see those are in gray. Whenever we see that, I will point that out to you. First, we have the general tab. Basically, it explains the process, the streams, and it lays out the disclaimers. And then we have the user profile. So this is where you will start inputting your information. So as I mentioned, if you see here, your name will be grayed out, meaning the employer will be the one to input this on their side. So if you ask for a job offer, make sure to give them your passport, a copy of your passport, so that they can input your family name and your given name, and if you have a middle name, exactly as it is stated in your passport. Otherwise, they will have to redo the job offer, and then they'll have to do it all over again. And then you'll have to input your date of birth, your cell phone number. Again, the email address is grayed out. Input your country of residence, country of birth, and then your citizenship, and then your passport number. So again, as I mentioned, all the grayed areas cannot be edited on your side. If it needs to be edited, your employer needs to create another job offer. You cannot go through with this job offer. Next is the tab for labor market or employment factors. So I'm showing you the side-by-side comparison for the job offer streams and the non-job offer streams, meaning the PhD or master's degree stream. So let's start with the job offer streams. Again, the occupation and the hourly wage is auto-populated. You cannot edit this on your end. And then it will ask you the duration of employment in the position of your job offer to date. So this is the employer who gave you the job offer, as well as the NOC, meaning if you have been working with the same employer in the same NOC for more than 6 months, you will get points for that. But if it's less than 6 months, it will not give you any points. Now, this section is actually new. OINP is now asking for your social insurance number. So even if you click, I do not have a notice of assessment, it will still ask you for a SIN number. So if you don't have one yet, you have to get it from Service Ontario. And then if you do have a notice of assessment, you have to have a copy of that and input your income in line 15,000. So if your income is more than 40,000, that will give you points. And if it's lower than that, it will not give you any points. And then the next questions are about your status in Canada. So if you have a legal status, you can choose if you're on maintained status, student, visitor, or worker. And then it will ask you your permit start date and end date and the type of work permit. So if you're on LMIA, that would be work permit supported by a labor market impact assessment. But if you're on postgraduate work permit, you choose that. Others, for example, spousal open work permit, those kinds of permits. Client ID, this is your UCI number, and you can find this in your work permit or study permit. So it's all the same across all of your immigration documents. And again, it's asking for the expiration date, which is usually the same as the expiry date of your current permit. So for the master's and PhD stream, as you notice, they're not required to have a job offer. That's why they are not being asked about your Canadian work experience. So if you don't have any work experience yet in Canada, you can just choose NA or no work experience provided. Or if you do have, there are other options like less than 6 months or 6 to 11 months, 1 to 2 years. And if you are working, input your hourly base wage, or if not, so this is optional, you don't have to input any information here. And again, it's asking for your SIN number. If you have a notice of assessment, input the tax year and total income. If you don't have, it will not prompt you to answer those. And then again, the legal status questions, the type of permit, the issue and expiry date, your UCI number, and all of those. Next tab, we have the education tab. So again, I'm showing a side-by-side comparison of the employer job offer stream questions and the PhD or master's degree education tab. So let's start with the employer job offer first. It will ask your highest level of education, and this can be in Canada or abroad. So usually people who study in Canada, they study for a 1 or 2 year program, and they're a bit confused. Would it be, which one is higher, the diploma from Canada or their bachelor's degree? So that would depend on your education credentials. For example, the one that is required for OINP is a graduate certificate or diploma. So it has the word graduate in it. Now, if it's a graduate program, it means that the program required that you have a bachelor's degree before they can accept you in the program. So that would mean that your highest education is a postgraduate diploma. Now, if your program does not, or your diploma does not have the word graduate in it, it's just college certificate or college diploma, that will not be considered as a postgraduate diploma. That would be a college or university level certificate, which is lower than a bachelor's degree. So, and then again, if you have a foreign education, you do have to have your ECA, your Education Credential Assessment. Now, a note for WES ECAs, you do need to have OINP, to include OINP as a recipient of the WES ECA. If not, you can go to their website and ask for a duplicate copy to be sent to OINP, because OINP will not accept just a copy of the ECA from WES. Now, for the other ECAs, like for ICAS or ISS or other ECA bodies, there's no requirement like that. It's just for WES. So you have to take note of this. Next is the primary field of study of your highest level of education. So these two questions are related. So if you mentioned that your bachelor's degree, so what is the field of study? When you, this is a drop-down box, so you have to choose the field of study. So there's medicine, education, engineering, So you have to see which one your diploma or your credential falls under. And now this question is a bit tricky for a lot of people, so let's read it line by line. Please enter information for each earned education credential. So if you entered a Canadian credential above, you don't need to re-enter the same credential below. If you have no additional eligible Canadian education, please include at least one recent credential earned outside of Canada. So how does it work? So if you had put here your credential in Canada, you don't need to input it here again. But you do need to include one more education that is from outside of Canada. So essentially, you are required to have an ECA for OINP, regardless of if you have studied in Canada. I mean, if you have your diploma from Canada, I mean, it will still require an education from outside of Canada that is, say, for your bachelor's degree. So, and if you have two diplomas from Canada, you have to include, you have to input it here as well, because you will have points for two credentials that you studied in Canada. So you need to input your graduation year, your level of education, field of study, the country of education, province or territory, city or town, and name of institution. Now, this is really a confusing field for everyone. So if you can just include your education, for example, the diplomas that you receive in Canada and your bachelor's degree, or but not high school degree, at your high school diploma, unless that is the only education abroad that you have to input it here. Now, for the PhD or master's degree stream, of course, your highest education would be either a master's or a PhD. So include here your graduation date, the name of institution. This one is a drop-down arrow. So you just have to choose the institution, meaning there are qualified institutions for these. And the level of education, either master's or PhD, and then the field of study. And then if we have an additional earned Canadian certificate or diploma, you input it here because, again, having two or more education credentials from Canada will add points to your EOI score. Now let's go to language regionalization. Oh, no, sorry, let's go to languages first. Okay, so it is required that you have a language test to create an EOI profile. You can either have IELTS General, TEF Canada, TCF Canada, CELPIP, or PTE Core. It's basically the same for Express Entry or any PR program. So you need to input the registration number and PIN. So it depends on what kind of test that you took. So this is for CELPIP. And you need to input your scores for each skill: speaking, listening, reading, writing. Now, one thing that surprises most people is that the score for the language for the language requirement. So if you have a CLB7, that's the only time you can get scores for your language. But how do you know if you will be able to get that score? For example, you reach CLB9 in speaking, listening, and reading, and then you get a 6 in writing. Now you expect, you think that, okay, my general average would be around CLB8 or 7.5, something like this. So that will still give me points, right? It actually will not give you points because OINP will go for the lowest score that you have. So if you have a 6 in writing, in the end, in the EOI summary, it will not give you any points because of that score. Now, if you have, say, 9, 9, 9, and 7, again, your average is not 8. OINP will still score you based on the skill level 7. So you have to be careful. If you're really you want to gain points for to increase your points, your EOI score, you need to make sure that your language test will give you points as well. And then again, you need to have the test date written here. So you have to have a copy of your test results to be able to fill this out. Now we have the regionalization tab. So this is asking for one, the place of employment and also the place where you studied in Canada, if you did study in Canada. So these actually will give you points. If your job offer is in Northern Ontario, it will give you 10 points. Other areas outside GTA, which is except Northern Ontario, that will give you 8 points. If you're in GTA except Toronto, you have 3 points. And if your job offer is in Toronto, you will not have any points. Now take note, this is asking for the census division. So it's a bit tricky because of course you just know your city or your postal code. So how do you find your census division? So you can actually find that through Statistics Canada website. You can just Google it for Statistics Canada census, and it will. You can input your postal code or your city, and it will show you your census division. And then it's the same point system for education credentials in Canada. So if you have studied in Northern Ontario, again, 10 points. Outside GTA, 8 points. In GTA, except Toronto, 3 points. In Toronto, 0 points. So you have to be careful in selecting the census division so that you will have points for your education or your job offer location. And then we have strategic priorities. So this is specifically for the READY pilot, that's Regional Economic Development through Education program. So if you're applying through that, that's the only option here. And if you select that, because OINP has a dedicated draw for the READY pilot program. And if you're included there, then you would be included in that draw. So this is how the confirmation page looks like. So this is for the job offer stream, and this one is for the master's or PhD stream. So let's walk through it one by one. As you can see, there are scoring factors that are not scored. So it depends on the stream you're applying for. So for example, in the employer job offer foreign worker streams, the education part is not scored. But in the international student stream, the education part is scored and that's also the reason why when you see the draws, the international student stream have a higher cutoff score compared to foreign worker stream because the level of education, the field of study, and the number of Canadian credentials add points to the EOI profile. And then for the languages, so let's go back to the labor market factors. So it will score you for your tier category and the broad occupation category. So this is for a registered nurse. That's why it's 10 points each, very high for healthcare. It's tier 1 category and it's in healthcare. And then again, the hourly wage gives you points. So what is the range for this? So $40 per hour or higher gives you 10 points. If it's less than 20 per hour, it will not give you any points. So in the middle, we have 20 to 24.99, you have 5 points. $25 to 29.99, 6 points, etc. And then again, as I mentioned, if you are currently working in the same employer and the same job offer for more than 6 months, that will give you 3 points. But if not, it will not give you any points. Take note that this is not asking about your work experience, because remember, in the foreign worker stream, you are required to have at least 2 years of work experience in the same NOC, unless you have a license for example, for nursing or any of the skilled trades. But if you so this is not asking for your work experience. This is specifically asking for your work experience with the job offer and with the same NOC. And then, as you can see, the job offer location will have some points as well. And you will see your total points here. Now, if you think that your points, if you calculate it in some other websites, it might not be the same. You can double check the information that you have inputted. Maybe you have selected the wrong census division, or maybe you made a mistake in your salary, the notice of assessment income line. So make sure that you check all of the information and see if that is your score. And then, so just make sure that you review all the pages. You can go back to all the other tabs anytime to edit them. And on the right, this is how the EOI results for the PhD or master's degree stream would look like. So as you can see, the labor market or employment factors, the job offer is not scored, as well as the wage, because it is not required for them to have a job offer. But again, education is scored. So master's degree will give you 8 points? Yes. And then for PhD, it will give you 10 points. And again, location of the study will give you points as well. So this is how the confirmation page looks like. Now, once you're done, when everything is checked, you will go to the disclaimer part. That is where you will sign your name, input your date of birth, and then again, sign with your full name to confirm that all the information that you had inputted in your profile is correct and that you're not in any way misrepresenting yourself. And once it's done, your profile is officially in the pool. Okay, so we have a bit of, I guess we still have time. Yeah. I can talk about a bit of the express entry streams. So this is, as I mentioned, you do have to have an express entry profile, right? So if you get a notification of interest, it will send you an email through your IRCC GC key portal. So once you receive that, it will basically tell you that Ontario is interested in your profile, that you are receiving a notification of interest. You should head on to again, you have to create an OINP e-filing portal. Let me just show you the page of that again. So if you can see here, if you got invited under the French-speaking skilled worker stream, human capital priority stream, or skilled trade stream, you have to choose here. This is connected with express entry. So after you select that, this is how the page will look like. It will ask for your name, date of birth, your phone number, email address, country of residence, and then the date you received your notification of interest from Ontario. So all of those information, that specific information, is in the letter that you receive in your GCK portal. And once you do that, again, you sign the disclaimer, and we will now talk about timelines. So how does the OINP nomination work? So the first step is, of course, creating your EOI profile. So we don't know when Ontario will conduct draws, so it will depend on their schedule, and you'll just have to wait. You just have to create your profile and make sure you're in the pool, because of course, if you're not there, you will not get an invite, right? Now, if there is a draw and you receive an ITA, so these are the deadlines. The applicant's application submission is dependent on the employer submitting theirs first. So this is the update that they made. That's why your employer has 14 days to confirm on their end the job offer, and the applicant has 17 days to submit their application. So it is crucial for the employer to act promptly to avoid the application being withdrawn. So if your employer does not confirm on their end the job offer that they have submitted previously, you cannot submit your application to OINP. So you have to coordinate this with your employer. So after 14 days for the employer and 17 days for the applicant, you submit your EOI application. That is the step 3. And the waiting time right now, you're basically waiting for a nomination. So OINP will review your application, and if they make a decision, it's either you get the nomination or not. So right now, the processing time for that is very quick. It's around a month. Some get it in a few weeks, some 1 to 2 months. Well, compared to the previous year, or those who got an ITA without the employer portal, until now, some applicants from last year still haven't gotten their nomination. It's that long, and it's really frustrating for a lot of them, because a lot of these people who got ITA this last few draws received their nominations in just a few weeks or a month even. So this is where you get your nomination. So once you receive your nomination, you will have 6 months to apply for PR. That's the PR non-express entry. There is a separate portal for that. It is not in the express entry portal. Now, of course, you don't have to wait for 6 months. If you receive the nomination and you're ready, might as well submit your application, right? Because the processing time for non-express entry PR is right now, it is 16 months. So compared to express entry, which is averaging 5-6 months, even faster. So this is really long for applying for PR. So after the processing time, that's when you will receive the PR decision. So as you can see, the process for under PNP, like OINP, is really long. Right now, it became a bit shorter because of the process for the employer part, but still, this is where IRCC processes the PR application. So this one has nothing to do with OINP anymore. This is through the federal government. What about the timelines for express entry for notification of interest? So this is very similar to previous timelines when there were still not where they did not have the job employer portal yet. So again, the first step is, of course, creating the express entry profile, right? Most people who go through this route have low CRS scores, so you really have to wait for an OINP NOI draw, not notification of interest draw. Again, as you can see this year, we didn't have yet a draw for express entry streams, and we don't know when Ontario will conduct the NOI draws. But when you do receive a notification of interest or an invitation to apply, you will have 45 days to accept that in your Express Entry profile. And then you'll have to create the profile in the OINP website, as I've shown earlier, with your Express Entry application details. And since this is not under the employer portal system, this will take around 8 months or more for them to decide to give you a nomination. So that 600 points is not automatic. It doesn't mean that if you receive a notification of interest that you will automatically get 600 points. You still have to apply for that. And the processing time for getting that nomination, people from last year still haven't received theirs. It's a very long process. Now, once you get the nomination, you will get the 600 points. And your Express Entry profile will now be eligible for the PNP draw. So if you can see the PNP draws that precede CEC draws, they have high scores around 700, 800 plus. So those are the people with the additional 600 points. So it's not only for OINP, there are other provinces as well. So you have 30 days to accept or reject the 600 points in your Express Entry profile. Again, you have to accept it in your profile once you get the nomination. And again, it is important that you have a valid Express Entry profile. So if you think that your Express Entry profile is expiring, either you redo it and then you have to inform OINP about the changes so that they can reconnect your nomination or your application with your new Express Entry profile. And once there's a PNP draw and you get an ITA, so you can now apply for PR. And the current processing times for PNP Express Entry is a lot quicker than the non-Express Entry route. So remember, the non-Express Entry route was around 16 months. So here is around 6 months, basically the same as the Express Entry, CEC, and FSW processing times. And then that's it. You will get your PR decision. And again, this is IRCC side. This is OINP has nothing to do with the processing here. This is now the federal government. All right, I guess we can have our Q&A now. So this just wanted to have a quick explanation. This QR code right here is directly linked to my booking website. So if you do need to have consultations or review sessions for OINP or Express Entry, you can book through here. Or if you want to learn more about my services, you can head on to my website. All my links for my socials are there as well, for my TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn as well. So you can head on to my website and you can follow me as well.
Thank you so much, Eve. Okay, I have a good question from Karen. We don't have much time, but I would like to take this question from Karen. Do you see it in the chat?
Let me just see. Should I stop my screen sharing so that I can see?
No, you did not.
Okay. Q&A.
Let me, 1 second.
Is it in the chat? Okay. My employer created my job ID in October and submitted the EOI. By February, I'll reach 2 years of experience in the same NOC. Can I update my experience under... yes. Actually, once you create your EOI profile, you can edit any information there. So if you reach the 2 years, although it will not make any difference because the only requirement is 6 months or more. So right now, for sure you have 6 months or more, it will add already points to your EOI profile. So you can edit it or not, but you can still edit your EOI profile after you submit it. You can even, for example, change if you increase your language scores, you can edit that as well. Okay, so and Can I include the diploma obtained from a career college? You mean in Canada? So it would do, if you have completed the degree in Canada, usually a 1 or 2 year degree, and you receive a diploma for that, either an Ontario graduate certificate or an Ontario certificate or diploma, you can include that in your education credentials. But for international student streams, they are very strict on what type of education credential that you will input there. So if it's just for getting points, for example, in the foreign worker stream, it's fine. But for international student stream, you have to be careful and you have to make sure that your credential is qualified for that stream.
I have a question from our YouTube chat. Pooja, she's asking, or Pooja, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, is the 2-year work experience requirement waived off for those who is licensed or is in licensed occupation under OINP foreign worker?
Yes, that one is waived. So for example, if you have a nursing license or other skilled trades license, as long as you're able to provide proof for that, then the 2-year work experience is waived. So if you get the job offer, you can already create your EOI profile. And once you submit your application, it will just ask you for the proof of that. So if you have your license, include that in your application.
Okay, let's have this question as well. If I already have a OINP submitted, can I also create an express entry profile?
Yes, there's no problem with that. I mean, the OINP process is different from express entry, and essentially it'll be up to you. I mean, you'll have to pay if you have an OINP application and then you got an ITA and you submitted, you do have to pay for that. And if you have an express entry profile and you get an ITA and you decide to apply through that as well, again, you'll have to pay for that. So it all boils down to which process will give you PR faster. But there is no problem with having your EOI profile as well as express entry profile.
One more question. This one I feel like is a tricky one. Applicant has been working as a nurse aide, PSW, for 1 year under an LMIA. She's a registered nurse in Ontario and has 10 years of experience as a nurse outside of Canada, but she cannot obviously work as a nurse because LMIA is for PSW. Employer has created job offer as a PSW. But is the 2 years work experience is waived? So basically the job offer for OINP is PSW, but the licensing is for a different occupation, which is nurse.
So the license should be for the job offer. It's not, well, even if you do have the license as a nurse in Ontario, if your job offer is not for that, then it will not be considered as a license for that profession, right? So unfortunately, you do have to, because for PSWs, there is no licensing requirement. So the 2 years work experience is required. And that 2 years experience can be from the same employer or from outside of Canada. But then again, you'll have to prove that it is the same NOC.
Yeah. All right, and let's finish off with the last question, which is my favorite kind of questions are speculation. Do you think OINP will issue a general draw?
I think that they issued, it's kind of general, but still they had NOC, specific NOCs included in the draw. That's kind of the general one, as long as it's not in healthcare or education. So I remember it included some painters, some admin jobs, some software engineers. So that is basically the general draw right now for OINP. And now that they have increased the allocations again for PNP, it's almost the same as for 2024. So as I mentioned, they had invited a lot of people last year. So since the allocation is kind of at par with that, with the allocation for 2024, I expect OINP to have more draws for 2026. So it is very important that you will have your profile ready for either the EOI or for the NOI streams.
Sounds good. All right, we have another question from Charlene, but Charlene, I will ask you to stick around until the end of the day today. We will have a panel of speakers answering all the questions. So Charlene, I'll take a note of your question and we will answer it end of the day with all the other questions as well, because we have to move on to Julie's presentation. So thank you so much, Eve. It was really good, very practical, and I'm sure even a lot of immigration consultants who are looking to get into OINP would, love your presentation because it was so practical of how to submit expression of interest. Thank you so much. And Eve's contact details are under the video in YouTube, and you will also receive an email today, end of the day, with all the contact details as well. Thank you, Eve.
Thank you.
All right, Julie.
Hello.
Hi, how's it going? Okay, if you're still sharing the screen and I don't know, oh, I can actually stop it. Okay, good. Hi, Julie. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Tell us, where are you joining us from?
I cannot say it's in my presentation.
Okay, so stick around for Julie's presentation because Julie has probably the most exotic location of all of us here. Yeah, Julie, what are you talking about today?
Let me share. Let me
Okay.
see. You see my screen?
Yeah, I can see your screen, and I don't know if you did anything extra, but your screen appearing exact same way as Lawrence's screen yesterday. The way that it's so fun.
When you share, you have the option. So you select a background, or you select share only. So I select background. Here I am. You will see me.
Nice. So much fun. All right, so let's start.
Okay, perfect. I can see it. You let me know. I have different screen everywhere. So hi everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We are going to talk about the most overlooked opportunity in Canadian immigration, Francophone mobility program, easiest work permit. You haven't considered yet. Perfect timing, I will say, for this presentation. This week is the 13th edition of National Francophone Immigration Week. So the theme of this year is Thank you for enriching our francophonie. En français, merci d'enrichir notre francophonie. We will pass to the slide of where I am. So where we are. You can guess where we are. The first picture is my girl, as every kid here like to eat snow. The second picture is our northern lights. And the third one is maybe your unwanted friend who join you on the trail when you don't want. Let me see the comment here. Yeah, Rail, first one, first guess, and you're right. We are in Yukon. I'm in Whitehorse, Yukon, our beautiful Yukon. I will go back to who we are, so you can scan that code. My name is Julie Croquison. I'm regulated Canadian immigration consultant. I'm licensed federally, so for Canada and for Quebec. I'm the founder of YXY Immigration here in Whitehorse, Yukon. If you scan that code, you will be directly to our website where you can explore our services, read about us, book a consultation. The site is available in English and French. As you can hear, I have a French accent, I'm from France, and my Canadian journey starts maybe 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago now. My story, like many newcomers, I came in Canada with big dream and faced many of the same challenges you may facing now. We're starting our day in Ottawa, Ontario. We spent some time in Quebec. We moved to Fort McMurray in Alberta. during the oil booming. Then we went back to Edmonton and finally to Whitehorse, Yukon with one goal. We always had one goal when we came to Canada, was to get our permanent residency. So over this year, I experienced almost every immigration status you can think of. I came with ETA visitor visa. I had a closed work permit. I had an open work permit. I had a study permit. I had a post-graduation work permit. I had a Yukon nomination, and I had the PR application, and we get a refusal on the PR application. At that point, I realized that I couldn't find the help I need where I was. There was no one. My background is a law, so I decided to fight for my own case, and we won. That experience taught me two things. Immigration is never easy. It took us, I think, 6 to 7 years maybe to reach where we are with the PR. And knowledge is power. So after our PR, we apply our PR renewal card, and we apply our citizenship, which we get approved, passport in hand, in 4 months. So today, my goal will be to make sure that you have information, clarity, and tools for you to succeed. So we will see who can actually apply. So let's see who qualify for it. So you must live and work outside of Quebec, have a valid job offer, and demonstrate intermediate French skill equivalent to CLB 5 in speaking and listening. It seems simple. You don't need to speak French at work. Your employer doesn't have to be Francophone. The eligibility of this permit is based only in your ability to communicate and listen in French, not on where or for who you work. So simple doesn't mean easy. Why I share my story with you is I want to show you that immigration is not granted. And this, my experience was 10 years ago. With our current immigration climate, the new plan release, you want to make sure that you have all the options you can have. And if Francophone Mobility Program is one of them, you should start working on it. Honesty is very important for us, and I want to tell you that is a work permit. There is no granted pathway to that. You can be on that work permit for years and years. So you have to stay focused if your goal is to be permanent resident. So let me maybe ask you questions so I understand maybe who we have and how we can give you example and give you information that is useful for you. If you have already an employer, A is a yes, B is a no, and what's your French level? So CLB 5, you put 1, learning 2, none 3. So like if you have an employer and you are learning, you will be a A2, or if you B3, you don't have employer yet and you are not starting learning French yet. A2. No, it's gonna be 5. B. Okay. So we have people in audience who actually have an employer and CLB 5. Good. No employer, okay. CLB 5 and none yet. A B11. A1, B. So, okay, not everyone have an employer. Some have French and not. There is no wrong answer in that, and we will see what is the offer of employment more in detail and CLB 5, so how you can start now to build your future. So offer of employment, is not just a letter. It's an employer who have to submit an offer of employment to an employer portal. You pay, like the employer will pay $230 for compliance fees, and you will get that famous A number, confirmation number. It's important to remember that is not just a letter. I have some people coming and tell me, oh, I just need the offer of employment, how I design the letter for the employer, I can give it to you right now. No, it's an official online submission to IRCC. Good news is, yes, we can guide your employer every step of the way, whether they need to create them portal because they don't know about it, whether they need to recover them portal because they give it to someone and someone went with the code and they don't have it anymore. And we can also submit the offer of employment on their behalf. And to be honest here and transparent, we actually prefer to submit or to review the offer of employment. Why? I have seen error on it, and that can lead to refusal. Usually it's a common sense, but I can give you an example. Like I had an employer recently submit an offer of employment. I asked him what is submitted and give me all the details. He requests 3 years work experience when the foreign national have only 2 years work experience. So I asked the employer to modify it so that at least we have the 2 years there and the foreign national can qualify. And the most question, because we work with employer also, the most question that we have is that what is the LMIA exemption code? How I know that I'm eligible under the justification. So we help them also that way. That is a simple fix we can do in advance. And that's exactly why we want to make the difference there, to make sure that we have everything in order before submitting and waiting that long period. For us in that profession, consultants, I believe that isn't just to complete a form. We use our knowledge, we use our experience and judgment to anticipate problems before they happen, to protect your application and to guide you and the employer if it's needed for a smooth approval. CLB5. So on CLB5, many people will think, oh, I have to be bilingual to achieve that CLB5. Actually, no, it's not true. CLB5 simply means that you can hold a conversation in French about every topic. So about your job, about your family, and about your weekend's plan. It's a speaking and listening only. No writing, no reading. I figure out that French is not easy when I lived in Spain. In French, we don't pronounce every letters. In French, when you add some letter together, it can sound like a whole new song. So, and there is a letter we even don't pronounce, but we put it here just to be nice. So I understand it's not easy, but for that work permit, you don't have to write or read. You have to speak and you have to listen. So my question to you right now is, how long do you think it takes to reach CLB5 if you don't speak French? One month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. 6 months, okay. 1 year, 3 year, 3 months, 1 month. You must practice, yes. 1 year, okay. So statistics say usually it's 3 to 6 months to reach CLB5. As I say, I like honesty. And to be honest, I will go more towards the 6 months. I have seen people achieving in a year when they have like maybe 1 hour, 1 hour half of French per week. But it depends on you how you are motivated. I will say to reach CLB5 is not about a requirement by IRCC, but is more how much you are motivated to achieve. Some great way to practice French, you can use a free app. Maybe 15 minutes a day, is something that you can do. Watching TV. When I was in Spain, I learned Spanish in my school, but when I came and lived there, I didn't know what to speak and what to say because it was not my first language. So what I did is that I put TV on and I listen anything, the news, the TV all day. The TV was on, but I can hear and listen Spanish all my day. One good practice also is maybe to have some mock speaking test. Why I say so, I have Francophone then say, oh, I'm good, I'm French, I know how to speak, how to read, and I will just pass it. But they don't score high, they just pass it. And talking to native Francophones can be helpful also. So I just want you to remember there is not about perfection, it's about confidence and comprehension. Second point here I would like to mention is proving your French skills. So why it's important, there is a two-way to prove your French skills. Either you take a recognized test, so TEF or TCF Canada, or either you give a proof of your education completed in French. What IRCC like to call is other documents that show education in French. So while proving proof of education in French can be accepted, why I'm more slow here, it's important, can be accepted, I always recommend taking an official language test. Why? IRCC officers have become more cautious in recent months. Several applications have been refused based on no recognized test result were included. So here my real question is, do you want to leave your full decision on an officer discretion to interpret your education? Or do you prefer submitting a clear proof of your French level to a test? It's not just about avoiding refusal or going to the reconsideration and fighting with it. The real cost here, it's time. Work permit, we know, can take 6 to 8 months to get a result. Do you want to avoid that? During that time, if you just give your education, your work permit is refused, and you have to challenge it, you may be out of status. We may go with reconsideration. We may go with a restoration also. We'll take all the options we have. But during that time waiting for a new decision, you could have been working. You could have gained work experience for express entry, for PNP. You can earn income, you can build your resume, and you can move forward with your life in Canada. So it can be simple. Please take the tests. I know in some countries it's not easy to get the date, but when you get motivation, you can do it. I believe in it. Work permit. So work permit is a closed work permit, and usually is valid for 3 years. Why I say so? Last couple years, we always have applied 2 years and get 2 years. I will say 1 year, 1.5 years. We now starting applying for 3 years and we get the 3 years without problem. In that 3 years, you can also change your employer if it's needed. not easy process. You have to reapply again, going to the same process, but you can request an authorization to work with the new employer before IRCC take decision. I mention it here, it's important because 6 to 8 months again for a decision for work permit, you want to work, you just don't want to stay and wait a decision from IRCC. So this program show flexibility here. Real example I have to give you, like this couple months, I have a Francophone who couldn't qualify for Express Entry Francophone stream. So they used the Francophone mobility program to stay, work, gain Canadian experience, and we may probably go with a PNP in them case. I have clients who was on Francophone mobility program, want to change them job. Actually, we have 2 of them last week. So we reapply and we submit the authorization to work before decision. This usually take 10 to 15 days to get the authorization. It depends. I mentioned here 3 years work permit. Is usually what we go with, depending on your situation, on your case, and what's your option. I have used it also on 1 year work permit. Why 1 year work permit is short is because we wanted to apply to PNP, some PNP. You can push for decision, or you can have a decision quicker if your work permit is gonna expire. So we apply for 1 year and we push decision for PNP, and if for any reason we are going to be out, we will just reapply a new Francophone work permit. So every tactics can count, and I will say that we play with what we have and what is the situation. Validity, as mentioned again, usually 3 years. Why I mention validity here, and sometimes it's important because not everyone have that information. But what make your work permit invalid? So your work permit will be invalid mainly because it's expired or because you have a removal order made against you. So 3 years, meaning that you should be able to stay in Canada for 3 years at least. If you decide to not work with that employer, or that employer decide to not work with you, you can at least stay in Canada. Yes, you cannot work for anyone else, and you can redo the process with another employer, but you can stay. So also here, I mentioned the SOWP, spouse open work permit. This have been covered by my colleague also. Why I mention here is because I see it a lot in couples, Francophone couples. Both can access Francophone mobility work permit, both have offer of employment, both can show CLB5 for the French. Why is it's important is we assess the full situation. Which one have the ability to have a long-term employer? Which one wants to work with one employer for a long time? And maybe the other one is more, oh, I can get every contract. I prefer an open work permit. And we see it usually when one of them want to open a business. On open work permit, you can open a business, and they are either consultant in some field or they provide personal services. So just mention it here, that is a full situation, usually when we have a Francophone couples. Benefit to know or to learn French. So benefit here, work permit renewal, we can apply as much as we want until and unless IRCC let us do it. Express entry points, you can get more express entry points. Even if you reach CLB7 and you have the Anglophone, you can reach, you can get up to 50 points. PNP, they have some PNP, we have the Francophone stream. We have the Francophone Community Immigration Pilot. This was new-ish last year. Not every province, territory, and city do it. We have the Francophone Minority Community Student Pilot. And I will touch base now on the federal government immigration plan and job opportunity. So if we look at the big picture here, federal government, we know they have made Francophone immigration a national priority. So for the target for French-speaking permanent resident outside Quebec was 8.5 for 2025, 9, it was revised as 9 for 2026, 9.5 2027, and 2029, Mike Carney have said that they want to reach 12%. 12% was pushed long ago by FCFA, a Francophone association, and I hope we will get there at some point. What it means for you, it means more opportunity for French-speaking applicants. What it say again, 12% 2029, it's a long-term benefit. It's not like a one-time TR to PR that we don't know if it's happened again. It's something that we know for 2029, 12%, it will stay there, you know, if that's the goal. If you start now, we are end of 2025. I hope that you will be in that statistic by 2029. And if we look more in detail about the numbers, like I can see 2026, 9%, about 30,267 for PR application for Francophone. So what it means, if you look at it and you compare to a family, so spouse, partner, and children is like 50% of it. For PNP, before what was announced was about 40-50%, now is about 35%, but still this number, like 30,000 plus, is a big number. So if we go back to the benefits for job opportunity. So job opportunity is not just about immigration. Yes, it gives you a lot in immigration, but it gives you more in job opportunity too. Knowing French gives you a competitive edge in Canada. It's not just about qualifying, it's about succeeding. It's about building your future. When you can communicate in both languages, you open your door to opportunities. You may have better career option, government job, municipal level, government level, federal level, and employers love to have bilingual immigration. So just to mention, I'm in Yukon. We are the third territory bilingual after Quebec and New Brunswick, which is bilingual province. So even if you are not fluent yet, learning French is an investment for your future. I can give you example related to immigration. So what I see mostly now in our firm is that, let's take the example of a student during COVID. So a lot of students came, they studied the same program, business administration, general studies. So now they are all competing to each other, and most of them, they accept a job that they don't want. They just have the hope that that job will lead them or have a path to PR. If you compare that with the French, take French as an advantage. So first, you have a French. Second, you learn it now, but it's make a difference later. Choose the job that you want to build your career in. As I mentioned, we work also with employer. We see a lot of resume. Let's say someone wants to hire for a bookkeeper. And when we receive resume, an employer receiving resume, and they can see like 2-3 years as a cashier in Tim Hortons or McDonald's, they pass it on. because what's the experience for the bookkeeping? So think about now, please see the long-term benefits for yourself. The next step, book a consultation. So with our office, we will assess your eligibility and design your strategy. You may listen, like when I speak, I say we. We are a team, 5, 6. We are 5 now, soon to be 6. We have 3 RCIC, we have 1 manager, admin, marketing, and soon to be legal assistant. Start or continue to learn French. It's not a race, but progress is progress. And if you don't have an employer right now, I will say start on finding your employer who you feel good to, who you want to work, and who you're happy to go in every morning. So final thought, I will say thank you. As you now know, Francophone Mobility Program is very flexible, accessible pathway to start working and building your life in Canada. Is not just a work permit, it's a door to take it as a door to opportunity. And the earlier you start, the more option you will have down the road for PR. As we see, a lot of PR application related to Francophone. So maybe something that you want to think now. Thank you for being here. If you like to explore your option, feel free to contact us. Here is the contact information, and you can also book directly your consultation online, and we can make a question now.
Thank you so much, Julie. It was great. I loved it so much. And honestly, like we don't work particularly with that program a lot. And I actually totally forgot, like I knew this information, but I totally forgot that it's only listening and speaking. And I just can't believe that it can be like that easy. And I'm not saying it's easy, but it's definitely easier than, you know, getting an LMIA from employer, right? Especially for those who maybe already have a little bit of exposure for French. Yeah. Okay. So I have a couple of questions. First, I'll start with YouTube because we had really good questions here. So, okay, let's just see to the 2. Okay, so there was a hiccup in somebody's application here. And basically what happened is that this person applied for a Francophone mobility program. When the employer was submitting the profile, the job offer in employer job offer portal, employer put a wrong exemption code. Now, what happened is that employer corrected that exemption code. And after they corrected, then this applicant submitted a work permit application. But that work permit application was still refused because clearly, you know, the exemption code still maybe it was a technical problem or maybe employer didn't correct it clearly. So anyways, application was refused. Any advice? Like, is it worth asking for reconsideration or reapplying? What do you think?
It depends also. One thing that I have seen is that employer modified, like they will modify the offer of employment, but they don't submit a new offer of employment. They modify the old one. And the old one is used, you know, in your first application. So your second application for sure will be refused. So they have to, if first you get a refusal, second, they have to submit a new offer of employment and they have to repay that $230. If they submit the old one, modified or not, it will never get approved.
That's exactly what happened. I think this is exactly what happened, that they modified it when in fact they should have submitted a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I did not know that. Wow. That's very interesting. So yeah, I hope you were listening to this. King FC 4261 because yeah, that's a very good insight. So I think the best course of action here would be resubmit that application with a new, of course.
And order the note, we always want to know what is in your file, like
Yeah.
for us, when we have refusal, it's first things that we do.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, another question from Pooja here. Can we change the employer later if the work permit is approved under Francophone mobility?
Yes, you can change employer, but you will have to redo the same exactly
Process.
work permit that you did before. So you reapply to the Francophone mobility work permit and you ask the authorization to change your employer to IRCC. So it's a special web form that you submit. And yeah, usually I will say 10 to 15 days, you receive a letter from them that you can start working for your new employer while waiting a decision on that.
Yes, sounds good. Okay, let's just see any more questions. Okay, Kevin is asking, where can we start learning French? So, of course, there are multiple resources online, and you can definitely start learning French. But if you are committed to have results as fast as possible, I personally highly recommend private tutoring online or in person because, I know 3 languages and nothing can be more effective than private tutoring. It's just the fastest result. Online, you can learn it, but it's just very slow, in my opinion.
You want to practice also, like if you are in Canada, you have exposure to French, like everything that you eat or you drink is bilingual, like so start speaking about it, I know it's not reading, but see what is there, practice your language, a small effort can give you something at the end,
Yeah, for sure. Okay, I have a very interesting question here. So Yemi is asking that, so they've been working for their employer, they have their postgraduate work permit expiring very soon. They have a CLB5 at French. So, everything is good. They just need to apply. But they're concerned, so their employer doesn't actually need somebody who knows French. So the job doesn't really require French. Can they still submit a job offer even though the job has nothing to do with the knowledge of French?
Yes, doesn't as I said beginning, doesn't matter. Your employer don't have to speak French. Your workplace you don't have to speak French. You are eligible just because of your ability to prove your French. You can work in English, you can do everything in English. Your employer can have no knowledge at all of French. You are eligible just because you can speak French.
Yeah, sounds good. And another question, how long does the whole process take? So let's say I have my French results, I have the employer, so how long the process takes?
I will say before that border flag pulling ending, we
Yeah.
can have the Francophone mobility program in 1 day here. Like we submit the offer of employment, we make a package, they go flag pull and come back and work 1 day. That's now have ending. It's take a little longer because you may book your flight and go to Mexico, have some holidays and come back. Like Yukoners go Mexico a lot. But yeah, it doesn't take long. Offer of employment can be done in the day, and after processing time of the work permit depends on where you are asking your work permit. If you are allowed in Canada, we know that it takes 6 to 8 months. If you're not and we're processing outside, it depends where you are.
Sounds good.
And maybe one more thing for the post-graduation work permit, the previous question. Yes, if you are eligible, please apply to that. We always try our best to see how you can obtain a work permit without LMIA because we know LMIA is a long process.
Yeah. Okay, there is a question in French, which I can.
Is it in the chat or the Zoom chat?
Let me just translate 1 second. It's just will be faster this way. Okay, so that is a question from Lydia. So Lydia is asking, I have a closed work permit based on Francophone mobility. This will be my second one, but with a new employer for for a period of 1 year. If I want to renew it, so right now it's for a period of 1 year, but she thinks that they would want to renew it. And does the employer have to pay 230 Canadian dollars again?
Yeah.
So every time.
Yeah, you treat it as a new application.
All right, sounds good. Let's
And it depends on the goal of that person, and what is after that. Like if the goal is to be PR and what is after the work permit. Maybe they renew for 1 year because they want to go to some special program where work permit expiry is important, but maybe they can renew for 2 years or 3 years. It depends.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just going through the questions again. Let me just
I
see
can
if
see
there's
someone saying that I see some work or farming in farm work or anything like a employer in the farm. So for tier 4 or 5, there is no primary agriculture work permit available. So mobility program have restriction on that. Other than that, is really fully open to tier 1 to 5 and CLB 5.
Yep, makes sense. All right, which test is better, TEF or TCF?
It depends your preference. I will say do a mock test of one of each and see how you feel comfortable. It's same as English, someone tell me, oh, is that IELTS or CELP better, or the PTE, the Pearson one. It really depends on you. Practice both and see where you feel comfortable. And here in Yukon, we do more TEF. And it's just because it's the only one available. At my time, there was no Francophone French learning test in Yukon, so we have to fly BC or Edmonton, like Alberta.
Yeah. All right, let me see if we missed any questions related to the topic. And there are a lot of questions that are not related to the topic. So you guys can hang around until the end of the day. And end of the day, we will be holding a panel from all the speakers answering all of your questions regardless of the topic. So hang around, and at the end of the day, we will answer your questions. Okay, Julie's contacts you can find by scanning the QR code that you can see on the screens, but also if you're watching on YouTube, you can absolutely go to the description and find Julie's contacts if you need to contact her. If you're a French speaker and you're looking to apply for a work permit under mobility program, Julie is your person. So yeah, I just sent a link to YouTube once again if you want to watch any replays or find the contacts of the speakers. Thank you so much, Julie. It was great.
Thank you. And yeah, please, for the one who don't speak French, start now. You will gain, like you will, en français récolter, you will gain the later you will get the fruit of what you have planted the seed, kind of. So yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you so much, Julie.
You're welcome. You have a great day, everyone. And maybe
I'll see you later.
See you at the Q&A session. I should be able to make it.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
And now we're transitioning to Barbara. So we're changing the gears and we're going to now talk about express entry and documents that you need for express entry. Hi, Barbara. How are you doing today?
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending where everyone is. So nice to see everyone. Yeah, I'm really excited. I feel like I could talk about express entry in my sleep. So it's a presentation I've done a lot.
All right, sounds good. Well, let's start. You have a presentation to share?
Yes, let me pull that up.
Perfect. All right, guys. If you're looking to apply through Express Entry and you know that you're close and you're going to get an invitation to apply soon, then probably this would be the most useful session for you because we see a lot of refusals for Express Entry this year, and majority of those refusals are actually rightful refusals because people don't know what documents they need to submit because it is tricky and there are a lot of technicalities. So Barbara will talk about post-ITA document checklist, what you need to pay attention to, and what you need to know to actually have hopefully an approval for your permanent residence under Express Entry. All right, Barbara, we can see your presentation, so I think we're all good to go.
Perfect. I have the chat open as well, so I will be keeping one eye on it because I do find it's just more fun if things are interactive. But I'll dig right in. So I would love to know, you've probably already typed this in today, but I would like to know where you're coming from. I'm coming from the unceded shared territory of the Squamish and Lillooet Nation. I'm on the west coast of Canada. So let me know where you are joining from. Edmonton, very cool. Maple Leaf Immigration, that's a super cool name. I hope you did some like really cool marketing with everything that went down with baseball. East Coast, Vancouver, Quebec, Vancouver, awesome. Awesome. Ghana, Ethiopia, Kenya, hello. Nigeria, amazing. So welcome everyone. By the end of today, you're going to understand how your documents actually prove your eligibility in Express Entry. And there's actually like 3 layers that you need to prove in Express Entry, and that's where things get complex and people get confused. It's okay to get confused. I'm hopefully going to clear that up a little bit for you today. All the documents needed for Express Entry after you receive an ITA and how to make sure they actually meet the Government of Canada's standards. So of course, anyone hears employment reference letter, they're like, oh, I know what that is. But the government has a very specific look, feel, quality they want in that letter. And so I'm going to show you what that is today. So a little bit about me. I've been doing this for 10 years. Express Entry actually came into existence 10 years ago in 2015. So it's kind of always been my thing, if you will. And so in my practice immigration with Barbara, I do specialize in Express Entry, also BC PNP. It's very common nowadays to get a PNP nomination to help you through the Express Entry system. And then I also do spousal sponsorship where I work with couples to get PR as well. Disclaimer, I know this disclaimer is already on the YouTube, so it's there. All right, so everyone, I do want to hear from you. Where are you at when you look at this process? So Express Entry process in a nutshell, you have to qualify for one of 3 programs. CEC, FSW, FST, that's it. If you qualify, you go to step 1, you can make your profile in the Express Entry pool. If you have enough points, or if you're in the right category, you can get an invitation to apply. And today's presentation is going to be focusing on step 2 to 3. So after you got an invitation to apply and you actually get to submit PR, what are the documents you need between 2 and 3? So everyone here, are you a number 1? Are you a number 2? We did have quite a few invitations happening. Or are you like 0? Are you like -1? You're like, I'm still learning, but I want to get ahead and just see what do I need in the future. 1, 1, 1, 0. Yes, that's a good place to be too. Awesome. Lots of people in the pool, so you're prepping, which is great. So the biggest thing I always tell people with Express Entry is that there's no second chances in a way. So a lot of people, this sort of like public idea is that if something is wrong, if something is missing, the officer will tell me and I can fix it. But that is absolutely not true. If something is missing between stage 2 and 3 of this process, the application will get returned to you and you get kicked out of the Express Entry pool and you have to start again from that 0, from just like qualifying. Now we know invitations to apply are like golden star tickets. They're so rare these days. They're so freaking special when you do get one that you like, it's not like, oh, I'll probably get one again in the future if this doesn't work out. You really want to put everything you've got into that invitation to apply and make sure it's perfect. If it's not perfect, it will get sent back to you. If it's missing one thing or there's a document that's wrong. I had someone recently I chatted with, they actually hired someone, which was like the kind of sad part of this story, and they uploaded the same document twice in 2 different spots. And so they accidentally missed a document because they double uploaded, got rejected on that ground because they were essentially missing something. Even though every spot was filled in the application, they like double posted the same thing instead of, a fresh document in every section. That got a refusal. So be really, really mindful. It's a perfection preferred process, Express Entry. So I'm going to show you how to make a perfect Express Entry application. Is there an age limit for Express Entry? So there's not an age limit per se, but you do receive points for age. So once you hit 30, you start dropping points for age. So that's where it gets challenging to have enough points to be invited to apply if you are a little bit older, but it is big picture, right? So it's like overall, what is your profile, your education, your work experience? Do you have a provincial nomination, things like that? Yeah, good question. Thank you. So the documents, what are the documents actually proving? So they have to prove 3 things: your program eligibility, your points that you received, and the category-based draw you were applied under, if applicable. So what that could look like is your program could be CEC, Canadian Experience Class. Your points could be 462. You have to know every point where it came from so you can make sure you're proving your points. And your category-based draw could be education, which means you have at least 6 months of educator experience in the past 3 years. So you need to prove all 3 of these layers. It's just not a matter of a checklist. You want to make sure the documents are actually reflecting what your profile said and what you were invited under. So pay particular attention to your points and read your invitation to apply letter very carefully because it will specifically say what program and category you were invited under. How about RCIP? RCIP is not eligible for Express Entry. Totally, it's a different program. You cannot go through Express Entry if you're doing RCIP. Good question. Okay, let's jump in. These are the mandatory documents. Translation of documents. So not everyone will need this, but if you have a document that is not in English or French, you absolutely need to get it translated. An officer will not look at a document that is not in English or French or accompanied by a translation. So in a nutshell, the translation package should have the original source document that the translator used, and usually they stamp it to say, this is what I'm using to translate. It'll have the translation, and then you also need to upload a copy of the original with no stamp or markings or anything. So it's basically 3 things for the most part: stamped original, translation, original with no marking or stamp. Now, a big thing with translation, a lot of people who I'll meet for review sessions go, this is what I used for my work permit, and it was accepted. Or this is what I used for my study permit back in the day, it was accepted. I find, it shouldn't really be this way, but I find the standard of translation is a little bit lower for temporary residents, and sometimes it just does not meet the quality that they're looking for a PR application. So if there is any doubt whatsoever, you can just hire someone, locally in Canada, make sure they're on the list of certified translators and get the document translated again. Because again, the officer will not come back and tell you, hey, we need a new document. They'll just reject the application. So it's a perfection needed system. And I see a lot of translations where I'm just like, I don't know how this was passed for the work permit stage, but please don't use it for Express Entry. Just, pay. It's not a huge fee to get a translation done. I'm like, just pay it again. You'll have peace of mind knowing it's absolutely kind of up to standard for PR. So as we go through this, if any of this you're like, oh, I know I have that document, but it's not in English, then just know you have to get that translation as well. So medical exam, the rules for this recently changed. It is now required upfront for everyone, and it's everyone. So the main applicant, the spouse, Any dependent children, even non-accompanying dependent children, if you want to preserve the right to sponsor them in the future, do need to do a medical exam. You simply book an appointment with a panel physician. There's panel physicians all over the world that can do this type of immigration medical exam. You need to provide a document to prove you did the examination when you submit your PR. Results are typically valid for a year. There is a temporary public policy in place though, so for some people they can use an old exam, but really look into that policy in detail to make sure you fix. It's a little niche. If it's a certified translator in our home country and then it's declared in the translation, is that enough, or it still needs an affidavit? So yeah, if they're a certified translator and it's that proper translation package of a stamped original and then the stamped translation and it's all legit, then that could be enough. But I have to see it to absolutely confirm. But yeah, affidavits are not always necessary. Police clearances. All right, so we've done medical. We're like, whew, that's easy. We just book an appointment, go do it, upload the document to prove you did it. Police clearances, who needs it? Main applicant, spouse. And then if you have dependent children that are adults, so a dependent child can be anyone under the age of 22. So if you have like a 20-year-old son in college, they can actually be included in your PR application, which is pretty cool. But since they're adult now, they're over 18, they do need to provide police clearances as well. IRCC has very strict instructions on what type of police clearance they want per country. And they like a color scan. If it comes in color, if it comes in by paper, you want to scan it in color. So the color is there. A lot of these come digitally now though, so it's not needed. Some require translation, some don't. So just be mindful. The special instructions on the IRCC webpage will tell you. I love the kindly explain PNP. Maybe if there's time, we'll focus on express entry. So I copied and pasted this from the government website because the wording is so specific and so important. So police certificates are required upfront, mandatory from every country except Canada. Don't worry about Canada. That you have spent 6 months in a row or longer in the past 10 years. For countries where you no longer reside, the police clearance has to be issued after you left the country, right? So if you were there and November 1st, you got a police clearance, November 2nd, you left the country, you cannot use that clearance. You have to get a new one. Even if it was 24 hours, before you left the country, it cannot be used. So, if in doubt, just get a fresh one. But with this rule, say you came to Canada to study a master's degree, you're on a PGWP now, you've been here for 4 years, you haven't been back home in 4 years, and you have like a 3-year-old police clearance, you could use that. So it's not outdated because you haven't been back to that country, for example. If you're currently there, so say you're currently in Germany and you're applying for express entry, then that police clearance has to be less than 6 months old. So be very mindful. And again, I did copy and paste this, so it is the exact wording from the government website. Nish, I obtained a police clearance from the US about a year ago. I haven't visited the country since. Do I need a new one, or will it be existing one still be valid? So again, as long as it was issued after you left the US. So if you got it in the US and then you left the United States, you couldn't use it. But if you left the US and actually got it, let's say while you were in Canada, even if it's a year old or 2 years old, it's fine as long as you haven't returned to the States. So really important, I copy and pasted this from the Australia police clearance instructions. So this is where people go, oh, Australia, yeah, I used to live there. I'll just go to Australia Police Department, reach out to them and get a police clearance. But IRCC has really, really specific instructions. So they have a certain type of Australian clearance they want. And then under special considerations, they say, well, actually, if you lived in either of these places, Queensland or Victoria, there's additional clearances that we want you to get. So depending on the individual, you could either need 1, 2, or 3 clearances from Australia. And so immigration is so personal in that way. And if you miss this, it's at the very bottom of the instructions. A lot of people miss it. A lot of people miss it. It will be rejected. So read everything, read line by line, read it 3 times, make sure you really understand what you need, and always go to the Government of Canada website to do their instructions. Because if you went to Australia, you know, emailed the police department there and were like, I need a police clearance, they'll probably just give you something random. They're very, very specific of what they want from that country. Oh, Kevin, that's a great question. So, yeah, so countries like the Philippines, some other countries as well, they'll actually have an expiry date on the police clearance. But for express entry purposes, you can ignore that as long as it meets the rule of it was issued after you left the country and you haven't been back. Yeah. So really, really good question. Okay, passport. Who needs it? Principal applicant, the spouse, and accompanying children. So you have children that they're not accompanying, they're staying with the other parent overseas. You actually don't need their passport. Very clear, very legible copy of the biographical page. So it's the page with your photo. So it's actually not a copy of like the passport, like the image here. It's going to be the page with your photo. Make sure you can see the entire thing, very clear, no, I don't know, I've seen everything. I've seen fingers, I've seen glares, I've seen marks, and I'm like, I have to be able to read every single part of it very clearly. Tip, I love to add pages with stamps, markings, or visas. And if you have Canadian permits, this is where I like to put them. So permits, study permits, visitor records, anything issued by the Canadian government, I throw it in here. Easy peasy. This is an easy one. Proof of work. This is not an easy one, so we're going to spend some time on here. Proof of work experience is so important because if you think back to that example of someone who applied under Canadian experience class, they have to prove Canadian work experience. They had 462 points. Some of those points are coming from work experience. And they applied under the education draw. That's where they got pulled. So they have to prove education work experience. So as a teacher or a daycare worker, for example. So proof of work experience, one essential document, proves all three layers that you're trying to prove and always thinking about when you're preparing your express entry PR. Who needs it? Just the principal applicant and the spouse. So even if you have children who are adults and working, they do not need to prove. They don't provide any points. What it should look like actually didn't fit on the page. So it's getting its own page. And again, I copied and pasted this from the government website because it's just so important. They're incredibly strict with it. And I've put little gold stars because this is the golden standard. Like this is what I want the letter to say and look like. So all these details, I won't repeat all of them, but yeah, you know, on letterhead, have all the company contact info. If it has a website, put it there, name, title, signature of the immediate supervisor or personnel who is signing the letter. Super important. I always see like, you know, Bob, and he'll sign his name. It's like, who's Bob? Like, why is he the authority? You know, I want Bob, HR manager, maybe a last name too, Bob Smith, HR manager, and then a really nice signature from Bob as well. I've seen unsigned ones. I've just kind of seen it all. I've seen ones not on letterhead too. I just don't like that. It should indicate all the positions held. So very common question where people are like, well, I worked there for 8 years. I got promoted 3 times. Do I get 3 letters? No, you can do it all in one letter. And in fact, they prefer that. I think it looks a little bit nicer. So they would give these details for every time your job information kind of changed. So for example, it could be, started off as the bartender from 2019 to 2020. Then got promoted to restaurant supervisor 2020 to 2023. Then restaurant manager 2023 to present, for example. And in each section, it would have the exact dates you worked, hours per week, the wage, because of course, if you're there for a while, your wage, of course, changed, or your benefits package changed, all those details. And then in addition to just like having every single element in the letter, the job duties and responsibilities need to align with the NOC code. So I know there was a really awesome presentation on finding your NOC code, so I'll let you rewatch that. I believe it was yesterday, so I won't go into detail on that, but just know that is a top reason for refusal as well, is that you've given a letter, but it's like very unclear what you actually did. And you cannot just assume like, oh, well, it says restaurant manager. Everyone knows what a restaurant manager does. It's like, no. Break it down for me. Give me the like 20 little mini tasks that you performed at work. That's what they want. I see it a lot with trades too, where they're like, I'm a carpenter. Like everyone knows what a carpenter does. And I'm like, no, 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 break it down for me. Like tell me the 20 mini steps you do every single day that you are a carpenter. So that's that piece. Incredibly detailed. It's the gold standard. And sometimes we go back and forth quite a bit with the employer to get that perfect letter. Important to assess work experience from the start. Had a client who DIY'd profile claimed skilled work for the spouse. When they received ITA and consulted, they realized the spouse work was tier 5. Yeah, absolutely. So I mean, you select your NOC code in your profile. So if they may have selected it wrong. So again, I know there was a whole thing on NOC code yesterday. So definitely watch that if you are in, the 0 or 1 stage where you're preparing your profile. It's up to you to choose your NOC code. So you want to make sure you're doing that correctly. Now, in addition to that gold standard letter, for Canadian work experience, I like to add T4s, NOAs, and pay stubs. For foreign work experience, it's whatever the equivalent is. Some countries don't do taxes. Some countries, people are paid in cash. So it's whatever you have that's equivalent to the, Canadian recommendations. Bonuses, if you have them, some ideas, job offer, contract, promotion letter, initial email welcoming you to the team, bank statements, things like that. How many pay stubs? All right, Nish, you want like my answer. So if they're easily accessible, right? Especially if you're currently working at the job and you're like, I can get them, but it'll take me like 20 minutes because I have to download each one individually. Please take the 20 minutes. Like, is 20 minutes worth PR in Canada? I think so. So I love, again, that gold standard, every pay stub. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. I'm like, if you can't do that, then do that. But again, like if it's a job you did like 5 years ago and you don't have access to the pay stubs, you can't do that, right? But I would kind of do an explanation or see if you have a couple pulled that you like emailed yourself or something, or see if the accounting department will do like a payroll report for you. So it's up to you to get it as strong as possible. I'll leave it there. Okay. So that is everything that's absolutely mandatory across the board. The next few items will be mandatory if they're applicable to your situation. So not everyone will need to do these. Proof of your studies. So only if you received eligibility or points do you have to prove your studies. These days with the points being so high, most people do need studies. I would say maybe if you're like a P&P'er and you didn't get your ECA or something, but yeah, I'm going to say like 99% of people need to prove it. You or your spouse can also provide points for studies. So degree, diploma, certificate, depending on what you studied, transcript, and then if it was outside of Canada, the education credential assessment as well. So 3 things, clean, easy. ECA must be for immigration purposes. Some people will get the wrong one, so be very mindful of that. The system won't actually recognize it until after you submit PR that it's the wrong ECA, so it's really up to you to recognize that you have the correct one. This is also where I like to put the language test. So you'll notice there is no designated spot to put your language test. It's actually not required up front, but an officer can ask for it. So I like to give it to them up front to save them time. They don't have to ask me later. So that's proof of studies. Prove your kids are your kids. So again, you don't have kids, you don't have to worry about this. If you got kids, prove it. And this includes non-accompanying children as well. So if they are your biological children, birth certificate naming both parents, or if you adopted them, adoption documents. Marital status. So if your marital status is anything but single, you need to prove it. If it's single, it's good. You don't have to prove you're single. So if you're widow, death certificate, common law, there's a statutory declaration plus proof you've been living together for a year. So common law under immigration law in Canada is living together for 1 year. Married, marriage certificate, easy peasy. Legally separated, my couples will have a court or a document from their lawyer explaining this. Yeah. I'm watching the chat too, so let me know if any questions pop up with these. Provincial or territorial certificate of qualification. If you're like, what is that? Then you probably don't have it and don't need to worry about it. Typically, it's like a red seal certificate for trades. If you have it and you got points for it, you upload a copy. Easy. Easy as pie. If you're like, what is that? You don't have it, don't worry about it. Not everyone has it. It's very, very niche. So not applicable to most, I will say. Letter of offer, principal applicant only. So spouse can't get this, or if they have it, not needed. Again, not everyone will have it, and it's very specific what needs to be in it. This year, they did remove points for job offer. So again, fewer and fewer and fewer people actually need this. You'd only maybe need it if you needed it for eligibility for your program. If you're like FST, I would say. Again, they're very, very particular with what they want in the letter of offer. So it's like a job offer. And yeah, I won't spend too much time on this because again, it's like I'm like 1% of people would need this. No, I don't know, 5% of people would need it. It's very, very low. Most people don't need it because the points got removed this year. It used to be a really popular one, but not really anymore. Proof of funds. All right. Again, this is where it comes like know your program, read your invitation to apply to really understand what program and category you got applied under and invited under. Because CEC does not need this, so don't worry about it. I do a lot of reviews for Express Entry PR, and I see a lot of CEC people who are like, we went to the bank, we got the thing. And I'm like, you didn't need to do that. But I mean, if you have it, you have it. So if you're FSW, FST, I would say the last stats I looked at, the Francophone, like the French language proficiency draws that they do, about 50% of those people are outside of Canada. And so they typically do need proof of funds. So it's kind of mainly that, element of people here. They are very strict. Again, that's a theme today, right? So they're very, very strict with what they want to see from the letter. They don't just want your bank account, a screenshot, or your bank statements. They want a letter from the bank. What the letter has to have in it is right here. It was a very famous case where they just provided bank statements. It was very clear on the bank statements that they did, in fact, have the funds that they needed. It got rejected, though, because it didn't have a letter. They took it to court, and the judge said, they sided with the government of Canada because they said, the government of Canada tells you they want a letter and they tell you what they want to see in the letter. So it is up to you to get that letter. Like it's very cut and clear for them. It's black and white. Essentially, these are the instructions. You need to follow them. So there's no like ifs, ands, or buts here. You have to get this letter. It has to have all the info. The only element where I've seen people, you can do something alternative is they want the letter to have the average balance for the past 6 months. A lot of banks will not do that because it's extra work for them. Thank you, banks, for doing the bare minimum. So yeah, that one's like 90% of the letters don't have that. So that's where you could have a letter with everything else though, and then 6 months bank statements. So, but it has to be coupled. You cannot just do the bank statements at all. I think I have this like feeling this might change in the future, but we'll see, just because a lot of people are going with online banks that don't have an in-person office or a physical office, and you're just like chatting with a bot online. So it can get harder. I have seen those online banks issue letters, but they're a little bit more basic. So yeah, I could see this maybe changing or getting a little bit more flexible in the future, but we'll see. Is it possible that IRCC may recognize work experience for the skilled worker program, even if each contract was shorter than 1 year, as long as the job itself was essentially the same? 1 year and the gap between one contract ending and it was only 1 or few days. Yeah, Lena, good question. So I get this a lot, and especially with like government roles, I don't know, some health roles and stuff, they'll have a definition to your job and they'll define it as casual, part-time, full-time. I used to work in a government role and it was defined as casual, and I was working 30 to 40 hours per week because, I was basically like the cover person, and someone was always on vacation or sick or something. So I ended up working full-time, sometimes overtime. What matters when it comes to work experience is the hours you actually worked. And this works in reverse too. Some people get hired full time and the business is like, actually, we're not as busy as we thought we would. We only have 2 shifts a week for you. And they're like, well, can I claim full time? The contract says full time. It's like, no. What did you actually work? So vice versa is how it is. So yeah, if you had a contract for a year and you worked that year and you have proof you worked the hours per week and that, so you can certainly use that. And yeah, if you then have 1 day break and then you move on to another job, that's fine. Having periods of unemployment is very normal and fine. Digital photo. So a fresh digital photo taken in the past 12 months. You need it for all children as well, even non-accompanying. So again, if you have a child and they're staying with the other parent overseas or not coming with you as PRs to Canada, you still need a photo of them. They have very strict rules around it, but it's pretty basic. It's kind of passport style, white background, no smiling, no teeth, no smiling. So you can check the specifications and make sure you get it. Some people like to use a photo that they used for like their study permit 5 years ago. Get a fresh photo. They're like $12. So just go get a fresh photo and submit that. There's actually also a lot of like online things that will do it as well now, and they'll format it nicely. So that might be a cheaper option too. Other documents. So this won't be relevant to everyone, so I made it a small slide. If you are proving you have a Canadian relative or sibling and you got eligibility or points for it, prove your relationship to the relative, prove the relative is Canadian, and prove the relative lives in Canada. So 3 elements, and they have different examples of documents you can provide for each one of those. If you've changed your name ever, supporting documentation to prove that you did undergo a legal name change. For marriage, so if you change your name after marriage, usually just the marriage certificate is sufficient, because usually that's what you use to change your name. You don't need any kind of additional legal name change paperwork. So easy peasy. That's it. It was short and sweet, or kind of, it was half an hour, so it's good. Yeah, that was it. So it kind of sounds easy. So sometimes you're like, that was it, just a couple of things. But each element is so specific and you just don't want to get it wrong. So take your time with Express Entry. You do get 60 days to submit when you do get invited to apply. So if you need the time, take it. If you've been prepping ahead of time, you can sometimes submit within, a week or 2, which is really, really great because it gets your PR in the processing queue. But if you're unsure or you're waiting on, the exact right document, feel free to take the time you need. Really good question. So can you explain gifting as proof of funds? So if we go proof of funds, you have to prove, the reason they ask for 6 months of your funds is they want to see if all of a sudden you got the funds. So say you have to prove $20,000 and for the past 6 months you've had $1,000 in your bank account and all of a sudden last month you had $19,000 deposited to equal $20,000 now. They just want to know, where did that money come from? So maybe you sold your house, maybe you sold your car. You would want to provide proof and documentation of that. Maybe you held your money in stocks and bonds and you were able to sell them, liquidate them, because the money has to be liquid, unencumbered. It can't be locked into investments. But if you have investments that you're able to sell immediately when you get invitation to apply, I do see some people do that. So you just need to prove the movement of the money. If the money was a gift, you would want to include a gift deed and usually a notarized letter as well. So in the past, when I worked with clients who do have a gift deed, it's very formal, usually they have a lawyer draw it up, but usually the financial institution helps with it as well. To prove it is in fact a gift, you do not need to return that money because you cannot use borrowed money to show you have proof of the funds. Yeah, good question. If you have cousins or uncles that are either Canadian or PR, but you are not close and you do not have the same last name, can you mention it? Must you mention it? No, you don't have to mention it. Again, so the relative part can be sometimes used for federal skilled worker if you need more federal skilled worker points, or the sibling part can be used for Express Entry points if those points are needed. But you don't have to, mention relatives. Especially far out, like a cousin or something. What about part of my payment are tips? Well, that can be, so that's why on the reference letter, employment reference letter, it says salary plus benefits, right? So it's like, this is the salary, but they also get a bonus based on performance. They get a tip out at the end of the week, and they got healthcare benefits. And we're in Whistler, so they get a ski pass as well that the company covers as long as they stay with us for the whole winter season. So that should be included in the letter. What if a person is self-employed? How do they prove work experience? Oh, yeah. Oh, so that's really personal, I would say. So self-employed work in Canada cannot actually be used for Canadian work experience. There's some caveats with that. There's some caveats with that. I would recommend getting a one-on-one legal opinion from a licensed consultant or lawyer for that. And in terms of proving self-employed work outside of Canada, so self-employed work outside of Canada can be used, which is always interesting. It'll depend on the country. So sometimes I work with a client and I'm like, okay, what did you need to do to start the business? Did you have to register it with the government? Did you have to get a business license from the local municipality? Did you have to get business insurance? Did you have a work van? Like, I work with a lot of like constructions and trades, and they're like, well, I was like a construction person, so I got a work van to have all my construction equipment. Did you invoice your clients? Did you have contracts with clients? You need to prove what you did, how many hours per week typically you worked, and that you got paid. So basically, I like to think of it, every element that's in the employment reference letter, you need to prove that with an alternate documentation for your self-employed. That's the ideal golden standard. Yeah. What were you doing? You were getting paid for it, because you have to be paid for it. And reasonably, what were the hours per week? Monday. Do I pay for biometrics before I get employment letter for employment? So the biometrics form part of the processing fee, which you pay at the time of submission, and then they'll ask you to do biometrics while the PR application is processing. They'll send you an instruction letter. So biometrics is after submission. The employment letter you need in order to submit. It forms part of the package that you actually submit. Does the time of the gift deed matter? I mean, if you're questioning it, the officer might question it, right? I always like to think like, pretend you're out with your friends and your friend tells you something and you're like, and does it make you go, what? Like, that sounds kind of suspicious. The officer is a human being at the end of the day, and they have those same kind of human reactions to things. If you think it's suspicious, the officer might think it's suspicious. But legally, there's no element as long as you can explain it, it's detailed and it's documented. I have a worry. Yeah, Mimi, I have a worry. I'm currently doing my master's in UK. I'll start working 2027, 2028. Worried you're really planning ahead. I love that, Mimi. I'm worried that by the time the program might close, or it's too difficult. I've already started my master's. Is that fine? Yeah, that's the thing. We really don't know what the future holds. Programs close, programs reopen, programs shift and change. So yeah, just having an assessment done in the future. Of course, you're committed to your master's. You want to complete it, and your future goal is coming to Canada. I think that's really beautiful. Yeah, there's no need to like cut your master's short just to like come to Canada and try to get PR or something like that. But you're already ahead of the game, knowing in general what the Canadian government is looking for with the PR. Kevin, how to prove foreign work experience if the company back home is already closed or not operating anymore? So that I would recommend getting a one-on-one because it's very, very specific. So someone, a licensed consultant can sit down with you, brainstorm alternate documentation. And the reason I suggest getting a one-on-one as well is they can then explain the risk, right? They're like, well, if all you have is like, out of these 10 documents we brainstorm you could possibly get, you have 2 of them. Obviously, it's going to be much higher risk to submit. And then if you can get more, they can at least relate, okay, well, I have seen some cases that were still approved with, just 5 out of these 10 documents, for example. So you'd want to get personalized legal advice for it. Also, sometimes, honestly, happens more often than you'd think. I meet with people and they are just like banging their head against the wall trying to prove certain work experience. And when we look at the points and the eligibility, I'm like, you don't need to prove that. Like that's like above and beyond. You're not even getting points for it. Like just stop. Like you do not have to be hassling the employer. You don't need that letter. So it's fine. And we're able to like drop a bunch of work experience. We still declare it, but we let them know we didn't get points for this, so we're not proving it. We don't have to prove it if we didn't get points for it. So that too sometimes can magically happen that your list of documents like can get cut in half when you have a one-on-one legal experience. I'm just gonna check in with Elena. I see Ritu's here. Feel free to cut me off anytime if Ritu is ready to start.
No, we're good. We have about 5 minutes still. So yeah, maybe a couple more questions. All the questions are so good. Yeah, so maybe a couple more.
They are. Yeah, they're all very relevant too, which is great.
Yes, they are.
Hmm. So yeah, does it work if my partner withdraws a salary as a regular employee? I'm not sure, Adnan, what that is in kind of in reference to, but yeah, you can have a salary as opposed to like an hourly wage, maybe. Yeah, that's fine. Can 6.5 IELTS overall give you an edge in Express Entry, or you need to write another? So Esther, it's going to depend on your whole profile. So age, education, language, work experience inside Canada, outside Canada, all play a role. So sometimes people can get away with like a slightly lower language test if they say have like a PhD or a master's degree in Canada, or they're 29 years old and they're getting max points for age. So it's a balancing act of all factors. I'm scrolling up just to make sure I didn't miss anything. How do you know one qualifies for CEC? What documentation must be acquired? So Josephine, good question. CEC is one of the simplest. It's essentially a year of skilled work in Canada in the past 3 years in a language test. You have those two things, you can go and make an Express Entry profile today. But as we saw, Express Entry profile was step one. The next step is actually being invited to apply. And so people need more documents to prove other elements like education. Maybe they take a French test to double up on English and French language points to have enough points to actually be invited to apply. Also, again, that invitation to apply letter you receive typically will say the stream. So it'll be like, congratulations, you've been invited under CEC. And so you'll know you absolutely have to prove your Canadian work experience. Monday, can I use freelancer job experience as my work experience? You could. Again, I'd be, if it's outside Canada, I think absolutely fine. Inside Canada, I'd be worried if you were a freelancer, were you like self-employed essentially and like invoicing for a certain, contract work. So it would depend, were you paid on payroll? Did you get a T4 and pay stub? And it was just freelancer in the sense that it was temporary. So it depends where was the work and how are you paid essentially. Yeah, Amina, what if someone doesn't have pay slips or the employment letter can only get letter of experience in a bank statement? Can that work? I'm going to say potentially, but I would get one-on-one legal advice to make a determination. I'm a pharmacist with 3 years of work experience, 1 year each with 3 different employers. Whew, do I need to provide pay slips and letters from all of them? Also, how do I enter the Express Entry pool? So, Emmanuel, good question. So, if you literally Google IRCC enter Express Entry pool, they have a guide and they'll show you it's free to enter as long as you have the documents needed and you're eligible. So often people need a language test and if they studied outside Canada, education credential assessment. But then there's also points to be mindful of. So there's one free points calculator from the Government of Canada. There's lots from other people, but be very mindful. Those aren't the Government of Canada. Usually they will ask you a million questions, ask for an email, and then all of a sudden you're part of some email list you didn't want to be a part of. So make sure you're on the Government of Canada website always. So yeah, I would do an assessment. So to answer the question, If you got points and recognition for those 3 years and you needed those to be invited, then yeah, absolutely, you'd want to prove all 3 years. But before you go into the pool, check, are you eligible? What are your points? Is this even a viable pathway for you? Because otherwise, if express entry isn't the path, we then evaluate PNP programs, which are based on location, what province you are in or what wish to be in, or pilot program. Someone mentioned it earlier, RCIP. That's a pilot program. It has nothing to do with express entry. It's a totally separate way to get PR. Can you talk more about police clearances? What specifically? I mean, yeah, I guess I could talk all day about police clearances. What is your advice for a 46-year-old who wants to go express entry? 46. Unless you're fluent in French and doing English and French test, I think your points would be too low. So my advice would be go and check your points. You can do a points calculator and then see who they're inviting. Most of my clients, though, if we're like, honestly, sometimes even if we're above like 30, 35, we've got to go the PNP route. So then I would say look at PNP options and programs.
Okay, Barbara, I think we can wrap up here if you're okay with that.
Perfect. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. And yeah, if you would like to contact Barbara or find her on Instagram, TikTok, she has a beautiful TikTok, super fun, so much fun. YouTube, then you can go down in the description on YouTube video. And if you're on Zoom, I'm just going to put a YouTube link here. Also, you will get an email after this session with all the speakers' details, including Barbara. So please make sure. She's so intelligent. Yes, Joseph. She is so oh, sorry, is it Josephine? Sorry about that. So intelligent. Yay. All right, Barbara. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. And hi, Ritu. Well, good luck in your presentation. I'll see you later.
Bye. All right, now we're getting towards the end now, and we have Ritu, and Ritu will be presenting on restoration of the status. Ritu, you want to come on? We can't wait to hear about restoration of status. Restoration of status can be a little tricky, especially right now. A lot of people. Hi, Ritu. Oh, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Hi, Olina. How are you?
Good, good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm
All
good.
right.
Just a little nervous. This is my first presentation. So yeah.
That's okay. You know, we're all nervous. I present a lot, and I'm not gonna lie, before each presentation, I'm nervous. Like each one without exception. Like when I started this summit, 3 days ago or 2 days ago on Tuesday, I was so nervous because like my LinkedIn was not working, YouTube was not working, things were not working, right? And I was like, so that's totally normal. All right. You want to try sharing your screen?
Yeah, just 1 second.
And once again, guys, I put the link in the chat for our YouTube. If you want to subscribe and watch 3 days of the summit, if you missed any sessions, I noticed that a lot of people actually registered for the summit after it began. So you might have missed day one. So please go on YouTube. You can watch it there. You can see the topics there. And we're going to add time codes as well. So it's easier for you to watch the topics that interest you. You can also get all the details of all the speakers on YouTube. And please subscribe, because I think we're like just couple subscribers away from 2,000 subscribers. And you know what? On YouTube, it's not easy to reach any sort of numbers in terms of subscribers. So yeah. Oh, we just reached 2,000 subscribers. Thank you, guys. That's all you. That's all you. Thank you. Because that was okay. Yeah, we're good.
Sorry, there's some
No, that's
issues.
okay. That's okay. You can just pull up your PowerPoint and then It will be on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I shared the Monday. Oh, I love your name, Monday. I shared the screen to YouTube just above your message, so you can do that. Yeah, you guys will be also receiving all the emails after this presentation and potentially into next week as well, just to give you a little bit. There are free resources. So while Ritu is sharing her screen, I'm going to go over free resources. So let me just actually pull them up for you. And if you go in a chat, like you will receive these free resources in your email, but just so everybody who's attending can kind of get to it right now, I'm going to put free resources right now in the chat. So we have 4 resources, and those are pertaining spousal sponsorship, one, then LMIA, then OINP, and then what else? And then work permit renewals. So if you go to the chat, I just put up those free resources, and yeah, that's you guys can just open those links, like keep them on a background while you're listening to Ritu's presentation. All right, Ritu, you good to go?
Yeah. So can you see the screen?
Yep, I can see the like PDF
presentation?
document, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, sounds good.
Okay. So yeah, so the topic which I'm going to discuss today is restoration of status applications, the timing strategy and common errors. So the agenda for today's my presentation would be like the introduction to that, what is restoration of status, the timing, deadlines, the windows, the strategy, how to build a strong application, what are the common errors which we have to watch out for, and yeah. So why this restoration matters? So temporary residents often lose their status, and they might lose due to several factors, which can be like missing documentation, sometimes misrepresentation, sometimes rejection can be due to any of the reasons, and yeah, finally they lose the status. So consequences can be that they are not able to work, not study, inadmissibility, removal. That would be the final thing. So restoration provides a second chance, but it is strict. So the goal is we have to understand the timing, strategy, and pitfalls. What is restoration of status? So ability to regain legal status after it is lost is restoration of status. So this applies to visitors, students, workers, and it is not automatic. So it is different from maintained status. So maintained status is that when you are applying for the renewal or extension before the expiry of the status, so in that case you can still remain in the country without any issue because you have already applied before the expiry of your current status. So let's not go into the legal basis. So the eligibility checklist for restoration is must have lost status. One should apply within 90 days. So that is the time frame for applying for restoration of status. Complied with previous permit conditions, still meet initial requirements of restored status, and some TRP holders may not qualify. So the timing, let's talk about the timing, which is the 90-day window. So one has to apply within 90 days of status expiry. Expiry means that permit has ended or refusal decision date. So online submission must be made before midnight UTC. After 90 days, the alternatives are very limited. What are the exceptions for this timing? So some workers under provincial programs may have exceptions, and 90-day clock may start from date of refusal. Leaving Canada may invalidate the restoration. So why timing matters? Missing deadline increases complexity and risk. Unauthorized work, study harms the application. So one cannot work or study whatever if it's unauthorized during that period once we have applied for restoration. And plan ahead, prepare early. Sometimes it's better to restore to visitor before switching status. So, what is the strategy? So, first is that choose correct status category, provide clear letter of explanation that what happened, why like you had to apply for the restoration of the status. Include all required documents. Stop unauthorized work or study. Be honest and transparent. So that is most important. Um, then application steps. So first is confirm loss of status, check your eligibility, choose status to restore, collect the documents plus the forms, prepare letter of explanation and submit online before the deadline. So once it's approved, then what are the next steps? First is respect conditions of new permit, apply for new study or work permit if needed, maintain compliance history, set reminders, and avoid lapses. Now, let's talk about common errors. So, frequent mistakes which lead to refusal, and knowing them helps avoid risk. So, error one. So, if first is missing the 90-day deadline. So, late applications are usually refused. So, the 90-day deadline is the most important thing if you don't want your restoration application to be reduced. So, track expiry date very closely. Apply immediately when realizing loss of status. Error two is unauthorized work or study. Must stop activity once permit expires. Restoration does not provide implied status. Error three is wrong category or unmet requirements. Must still be enrolled or job offer should be valid. Choose status based on current eligibility. Be truthful about intentions. Error 4 is incomplete documentation. So, missing expired permit or proof of eligibility, incorrect fees or outdated forms. Use a checklist and verify all the documents. Error 5 is weak explanation letter. So, like a proper explanation letter that is very, very important to provide when you're applying for restoration, because we have to explain to the officer that what went wrong, why your status expired, why do you have to apply for the restoration. So you have to detail what happened so that corrective actions can be taken, and show compliance and intent to follow rules. Error 6 is confusing restoration with maintain status. So maintain status only applies if extension or renewal is filed before expiry, as I mentioned before. So during restoration, you cannot work or study. Travel during application. Leaving Canada may void restoration, so you should avoid travel during your restoration application, and risk at re-entry. So, yeah, definitely avoid travel. Okay, monitoring and follow up. So, set renewal reminders, keep copies of all documents, maintain compliance going forward. So, when restoration is not possible, what steps you have to take? Must leave Canada and then reapply from outside Canada. Other options are TRP, inland sponsorship, HNC, which is humanitarian and compassionate grounds. Then we have checklist for advisors. So confirm expiry date, check unauthorized work or study, verify ongoing eligibility, prepare complete application, avoid travel until approval. So these are the key points which we have to take care of. Then next is what are the myths and misconceptions related to restoration. So first is that restoration does not allow continued work and study. 90-day limit is strict. Travel does not reset status, like what happens in visitor status. So if you travel, so it resets. So in case of restoration, it's not. Processing times and notes. So processing varies. Submit early to reduce risk. Respond quickly to IRCC requests. So finally, the practical risk management tips. So you should always put calendar reminders regarding your renewals for like whenever it's going to expire your status. Apply early rather than rely on restoration. So that should be your last resort. So restoration. So you should always apply early and maintain strong compliance history. So yeah, so that's it for this topic.
All right, sounds good. Okay, Ritu, we're going to include, or we already actually included your details if anyone needs to reach out to you with regards to restoration or extension of the status. So the details of Ritu, sorry, I'm just looking at the chat. Details of Ritu's website and any links that you may need are in the YouTube video in the description, and you will also get an email. So yeah, but thank you so much, Ritu. It's very useful, especially because so many people now unfortunately would need to go through restoration, because so many people now losing statuses in Canada, because it is increasingly difficult to extend status in Canada with current immigration policies. Yeah, perfect, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alina. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys. Now, while we're waiting for our next speaker, I'm going to take some questions here. And if you want to put your questions in a question box or in a chat, but question box is better, then I can take some questions. All right. So let's just see. I'll take a question from, see, if someone's work permit is going to expire, can they apply? If so, when they should apply? Mine is expiring in April. So niche, number one question is that, yes, you absolutely can apply to extend work permit. The question is, what would be the grounds to be eligible to extend work permit, right? So most of people, when extending their work permit, the grounds for that would be LMIA, right? LMIA from their employer. Some people would be able to apply for LMIA exempt work permit. So as Julie was saying today earlier, that would be like Francophone program, or as Angelica was telling us yesterday, that would be LMIA exempt FTA, so free trade agreement exemptions. So for example, you know, if you're Colombian, or based on your citizenship, based on certain free trade agreements between countries. So there are different LMIA exempt or LMIA specific pathways. So that would be one kind of a thing. Another thing would be if you are married or you have a spouse, then that could be an option as well. Spousal open work permit, and building the strategy with the spousal open work permit. So there are different ways. Number one thing that I think everybody who are in their kind of like original stages of immigration to Canada, what they need to understand is that to apply for work permit or work permit extension in Canada, you need to have a basis for that. You cannot just like apply and get a work permit. You either need to have an employer who supports you, or you finished education in Canada, and that would be postgraduate work permit, or you have a spouse who either studying and working. Those are main kind of categories. So that's that. All right, now let's see some other questions as well, if you guys want to put them. Is a closed work permit under LMIA is extendable? Yes, absolutely, it's extendable. And does the employer need to reapply for new LMIA? Yes, they do need to reapply for new LMIA. So it's just basically you're doing the same process again, and and apply for extension. So yes, absolutely, that's possible. Normally, employers are willing to do that just because they want to keep you as a worker, right? So normally that's fine. All right. Let's see other questions. What if somebody gets an ITA? Can they apply for extension? No, that's absolutely not possible. Oh, sorry, you're asking for extension of a work permit. Yes, yes. So niche, I thought extension of ITA. So if you received invitation to apply under any program, really, then you will have certain number of days that the government tells you you need to apply for within those numbers of days. And then, of course, that number of days cannot be extended. So for express entry, invitation to apply is like 60 days and you cannot extend it. But what I'm thinking Nish is asking for is if you get an invitation to apply for PR, can you extend your current work permit? And the answer is yes. But what's important here to note is that when you get invitation to apply, by the fact of getting just invitation itself, you cannot actually extend a work permit. You need to get an invitation, as Barbara explained, compile all the documents, submit to IRCC, pay the government fees, so your PR application is officially in the process with IRCC, and based on that, receive an AOR, which for express entry is like instant, and then you apply for bridging open work permit. So bridging open work permit is the work permit that you can apply for if you already have an ongoing application for PR, okay? So yeah, that's a good point, Nish. All right. Trisha is asking if I was working in Canada and my work permit was about to expire, and then I have to apply outside of Canada for a new work permit, how long that would take. So basically, you know, if you are in Canada and you are in a working status, or you are even in restoration after a working status, then you should be applying for a work permit in Canada, not outside of Canada. However, because I don't know your situation specifically, if you are applying outside of Canada for a work permit, like your application itself is going outside of Canada, in this case, the work permit processing time would depend on the country where work permit is submitted. So, for example, I think India right now is about like something around 6 weeks, but some countries can be much longer. So yeah, if it's outside, you can look it up, and if you just Google like IRCC processing times, you can just pick country for a work permit, and you can see how long it takes in that country. But I would, if that situation hadn't happened yet, I would first check if you're actually eligible to apply inside the country. Okay, let's see. Another question. If I receive a CEC invitation to apply and I get AOR and my closed work permit is still valid, can I apply for bridging open work permit and change employer? That is an amazing question. So actually, yes, you can, but you can change your employer only not when you apply for bridging open work permit, but when that bridging open work permit is granted to you. So once you receive a bridging open work permit, we had a client just last year doing it. You receive a bridging open work permit, that bridging open work permit would say open, and that's from that day when it's issued, that would mean that you can start working for different employer, and that's absolutely no problem. So that's that. Okay. Let me see if we have any questions on YouTube. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're good on YouTube. If you guys who is watching on YouTube have any questions, you can absolutely put it in the chat box on YouTube, because I'm checking that as well. Okay, and we're having our next speaker getting ready. Hi, Daria. How's it going?
Hi, everyone. How are you?
Good,
Welcome
good,
to day
good.
3. Wow. It's been a
Yes,
lot.
your last speaker. So, and we're going to finish it off with doom and gloom. So we're going to talk about
I'm sorry.
refusals. Yeah, not very positive end to things, but we do think that you guys need to know what to expect and how you can actually prevent the refusals. And if you will get one, at least you will have a little bit of knowledge on how to handle that. So yeah. Daria, you have slides to share?
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. I'm just trying
Yeah,
organize.
no problem. Take your time.
So I want to just give me maybe.
Yeah, and just a reminder while Daria is sharing the slides, just a reminder for everyone that after Daria's presentation, we're going to be inviting all the panelists to stick around and to come back to our session, and we will be answering your questions for any questions, any topic. This is a very great opportunity to really get your questions answered, because we will have many speakers answering them, and we're all licensed. So yeah, please stick around. If you have any questions, save them up, and we will answer them after Daria's session. Okay, Daria, I can see your presentation.
Just a second, I'm gonna make it pretty because I'm just moving the screen. I think you can see my first slide, right?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, perfect. Just gonna move everything away. Okay, excellent. So I'm gonna be starting. Thank you, Alina. And my name is Daria Grabchuk. Today I'll be talking about not so fun topic, PFLs and PR refusals. And this is actually a very important topic because this is what we want to know in order not to get refused and not to get PFLs. But before I start, I wanted to say a big thank you to Elena, Weber, and for organizing this summit, and to my amazing colleagues who poured so much time, love, attention, like everything. We try our best, and thank you to Alina to bring all the information you need to get you where you want to be in terms of your PR. And I'll be joining my colleagues and talking about PFLs and refusals, as I mentioned. So what we're going to talk today about in detail, and before we do, I would like to introduce myself again. My name is Daria Grabchuk. I'm a licensed Canadian immigration consultant in IRB. I moved to Canada in 2008 from Ukraine. I would love to know where you guys are from, where you were born, or where you feel like to be right now. So we get to know each other a little bit more. So how I bring value to my clients is I specialize in express entry PNPs, mainly Ontario PNP and spousal sponsorship applications. And on average, we help about 500 clients per year by consulting, reviewing some documents, or holding your hand while you are through this important process in your immigration story. And if I don't work, I love chocolates. I love to travel. And I do truly love kind and good people. So let's continue. So let's talk about PFLs. PFLs is not a fun topic to talk about, but this is very important because this is not a good letter to get if you in your immigration process. And this is mainly when you would get PFL is after you have applied and something went wrong. And we will talk about in detail what could have gone wrong in your immigration pathway, right? First, let's talk what it is, right? So PFL, we have intersection light here, right? But it's like your orange light, just to explain it better. But it doesn't mean that you have to stop or move faster, right? Without looking around. So what I want you to kind of know is that if you got PFL, it means that you have submitted your PR application and something is not right. And officer is basically giving you a last and only chance, because officers have such duty. Most of the time, let's say you would get this letter where an officer would say, dear applicant, dear person, I'm not happy. I'm not happy with some kind of information you have stated in your PR application. Could be different reasons. We will talk about different reasons in the next slides. And basically, this is your one last chance to refuse, right? So what we want to do, we want to not refuse your application. We want to reflect and reassess and respond properly, so you're not refused, So officer does not refuse and you get that green light, right? We want the green light, so you go ahead and get your PR approved. So let's talk about what are common PFL reasons. But basically, what I want also to state here before I hop on the next slide, that you must come up with, when responding to PFLs, with document facts, as you can see on my last bullet point, not feelings. We don't want to use hundreds, thank you, please, words in your essays, right? In your letters saying, dear officer, I didn't know, I wasn't sure, somebody told me this, I didn't know, I didn't provide. No, we don't want to do that. We want to be very prepared and serious about responding to this letter with evidence. Be truthful and genuine, as my colleagues have mentioned in all the previous slides and presentations. Please make sure that you're truthful and genuine, because we really don't want to be in a misrepresentation PFL process. This is the worst one to be in. So first of all is truthful, and then we'll try, you'll be trying if you got one. I hope you never get PFL, don't get me wrong, right? So I hope if you do get one, I want you to take it seriously. So let's see what could be the reason, right? So this is, so for you to understand, so basically why we talk about PFL is we want to make sure that before you guys apply for permanent residency, and for example, for some reason you are applying for just by yourself, and you, for example, don't have somebody holding your hand like myself or my other colleagues and guiding you through the process, and what we want to do before we apply, so we don't get PFL or refusal, right? So what triggers PFL? So basically when you submit your PR application, most likely for a majority of people, especially in Canada, you must have already submitted other applications, such as, let's say, study permit, work permit, and other, like with your other history, travel history, your marital status, right? Your travel, like everything. So when there is inconsistency with your, if we talk about economic immigration, especially if you guys are immigrating through express entry, provincial nominee programs, mostly here express entry. And for example, I'll try to keep it in examples to make life easy for everyone in this not very pleasant topic. So for example, when you were applying, let's say 5 years ago to come to Canada, you have stated in your study permit or work permit application that you worked as a sales representative, right? And now when you are invited to apply for permanent residency, for example, you got ITA under express entry and you're applying and you stating that those 5 years ago, which is more than 5, let's say, you were manager of sales or supervisor, right? So this is the inconsistency. Dear Mr. Officer, immigration officer will take your previous applications, will cross-reference, right? We'll see, okay, education, experience, your travel history. If it comes, for example, to police certificates, you stated you were in that country at the time of application. Now you're not stating this country, right? And your PR application. So basically, we want to take permanent residency applications very seriously in terms of this is your last chance to get everything right, right? We don't want to find, and we want an officer to first of all, provide you with PFL letter, but what we really don't want to is get misrepresentation, right? Because this is immigration ban for 5 years. This is absolutely what we don't want to have. So be very careful, and I'll give you tips and suggestions, advice, what I would suggest to do if you are guys applying for PR on your own and you don't have somebody holding your hand. And again, credibility, right? So you haven't disclosed someone, arrests, criminality, misrepresentation, non-admissibility, right? Or for example, you have quickly changed something when after you have been invited to apply. For example, you invited to apply for permanent residency, your NOC code was this, and then you changed something or added experience, removed. So you changed some information that could potentially lead to for an officer to give you a different decision from refusal to approval or vice versa. So let's keep going. Okay, so let's prevent the PFL and be this happy cat on my slide. So how to prevent PFL, right? We don't want those letters. Nobody wants. Believe it or not, I don't want those as well for my clients. We hate when we get PFL letters, and mainly why it happens is because our clients have not told us some information that they didn't really feel like to tell. So if you work with professional licensed immigration consultant or a lawyer, you kind of have to be very truthful, right? Very truthful with all, just tell everything, and what we need to know we will use. What we don't need we will not use in your application, don't need to worry. But what could possibly affect your eligibility, admissibility, we need to know that, because we work in your interest, but at the same time we have to make sure everything is legal, right? So if you work by yourself, you will be asked to provide information for the last 10 years, right? You have to dig deep and get up all of those dusty applications. I know they're all electronic most likely, but get all access to all of those past applications, work permit, study permit, whatever, post-graduation work permit, right? Visitor visa, get a copy of all of them, because officers will check, cross-reference all the information you mentioned in your previous application. So if you're immigrating through the economic immigration, right? Very important to go back. Remember about example I told you, you were sales in your previous applications, and now for the purpose of gaining foreign experience points, you became a manager, right? So we don't want that, even though we will talk about, and we had an amazing presentation about NOC codes, NOC codes, titles still matter in some way of the NOC codes, right? However, we don't want to be it's so black and white, right? We want it to be, could be a little bit gray, but not black and white, if you know what I mean. So hours, locations, right, refusals, just make sure you're very honest. We like usually what people hurt themselves in immigration when they try to, not to mention there was some issue back, let's say 5-10 years ago, they're like, oh no, I don't want to, this is all done, this is gone, I don't want to talk, I don't want to mention about this refusal or deportation, or for example visa refused to United States, or you guys were flagpolling, right? It might, I hope it will not give you big issues. Like for example, if you did flagpole, it's still kind of administrative refusal, right? If you believe it or not, I'm Canadian citizen, and when I had to go with my clients to flagpole, I also got administrative refusal entering United States for the purpose of coming back and getting work permit. I got refusal, but it doesn't affect me. It will affect you guys if you're in the process of permanent residency. So remember about that. Gaps, right? We don't want gaps. Gaps usually will not trigger PFLs, but if your gaps are all over the place, we also don't want to, we don't want that. Employment letters, as I said, lead statement, main duties, right? All of it. So if get all access all your previous applications, and again, everything else, like each immigration program is different, unique. There is quotas, there is community, there's pilots, there's federal immigration, provincial nominee. Every program needs specific items from you to get you where you want to be. So make sure everything is valid not only at the time of invitation. If we talk about your English, French test results, I forgot to add French. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I forgot to add French test. So make sure they valid at the time of submission and at the time of invitation, right? Your police certificates, my colleagues have explained and told you so many great points. Actually, I would say almost all of them, like in general, what could get you in the wrong place in your immigration pathway. So let's go and talk about top PR refusals. Let me just quickly see, because I have this. I love Zoom, don't get me wrong. Yes, I think we talked about everything about PFL. So I'm sure if you guys have questions about PFLs, we will talk, but I hope you don't have questions about PFLs and you'd never get them, right? So I think I shared everything with you, what I had to just be honest, right? With the officer before you click submit. If something is, we don't want to submit and then wake up during the night and have a nightmare that, oh my God, I haven't submitted this information. You still have a chance to submit through the web form, but we don't want to do that, right? We don't want to leave it for the last moment. Okay, so here we have this sad person, sad boy. Let's talk about top PR refusals, right? So number one program, not the program, but absence of the program, right? Problem that I see people have is you guys are in the wrong program. This is not really refusal, but immigrating through the wrong program, having hopes to get PR through the wrong program still gets you nowhere. Don't get me wrong, right? So if you were waiting for one program and to be invited, let's say express entry, you're not refused, right? However, you're not invited. So basically the conclusion is still there. You're not PR, right? So the outcome is not there where we want to be. What I want you to keep in mind is immigration is like living organism. It changes all the time. It grows, it becomes smaller, bigger. So quotas, right? Rules, eligibility, the quotas fill, programs close, open, first come, first serve. There is lots to know about and remember about when it comes to immigration. I guess that's why Government of Canada has granted college immigration consultants a job for us, immigration consultants who help people to go through this bumpy road sometimes. I hope your immigration is very smooth and you get from A to B in a straight line rather than like that. However, you have to keep in mind that if there is one program, if you have 540 points in express entry, I don't think you need different plan B, right? I don't think you need the other program to have in mind as a backup plan. However, if your points are, let's say, 495, 500, I would strongly suggest looking and working on that plan B. And I have clients, it's kind of rare, but sometimes I have clients who have plan C and I'm like, wow, I'm so proud of you. So because time goes by, your validity of your status in Canada is limited. We don't want to kind of wait for the last moment, or in some cases depend on an employer, then turns around and says, I changed my plans, right? We don't want that. So we want to know what is required from you and what you can do in order to get you where you want to be, right? Again, as I mentioned, CRS cutoff score, they change. Now in January, we're expecting category-based draw updates with some new NOC codes, right? So this is, just remember that immigration is changing all the time. And just you have to hold, like you have to stay sometimes in a normal state, mental state to get this all together. Because it is, believe it or not, it is hard for us immigration consultants and lawyers as well, because there are so many changes we have to keep track of that sometimes it's almost impossible. So therefore, I have all of my colleagues and myself, we try to kind of provide the most value in specific areas of immigration, right? Some people can provide, if they have lots of experience, for example, depending on which province, right? So I think from my colleagues, almost every province, there is a person who can help you, right? So find that person who can help you, at least consult you, right? So for example, what I bring to is if you're lost in your immigration, right? So for example, you're like, I don't have a plan B. What should I do? At least get the person from that province where you live, because if your main immigration plan A is express entry, which is federal, applies to all provinces except Quebec, you can still get experience in Quebec, but you have to have intentions to live outside of Quebec. So get the person who lives in your province and who can guide you on provincial programs, right? Because I'm not your person for Atlantic or Western provinces, right? I'm your Ontario girl. So reach out to other people who can help you in your specific province to get you where you want to be. Also check some pilot programs. There's so many of them, but do not stay in one program. And that's pretty much all for the first top reason for not getting you where you want to be. It's not refusal, but still we want the outcome. We need to remember about that. Okay, so this one is easy. There is less talking from me on this one. So missing originals with translations. This is so easy. Believe it or not, it's this number one of the, and did I tell you how many top refusals we have? It's 65. No, I'm joking. It's going to be 7 or 8. I don't remember. There's not so many reasons for refusal. It's going to be a couple more slides. I think I have around 5 or 6 more slides to share the most common with you. Because to be honest, my colleagues, they have mentioned almost all of them. but I'll just bring it all together for you in one presentation. So originals, especially express entry, please. If you're immigrating through express entry, R10 completeness check is good if you have all documents in place, right? So what I want you to remember is scan of the original. Number one mistake is people provide certified true copy of original, or for example, it looks like original, it's in color, and this is the copy that your translator used to translate. But there is a stamp on this document. This is just to make things life easy when it comes to documents. And believe it or not, you'll be refused. As my colleague Barbara said, in express entry, you don't have, it's like 1 or 2% sometimes we have. It's very rare that we have. Actually, in the last couple years, knock on wood, I didn't have refusals, but I didn't have extra requests, right? So anyway, make it first time, it has to be 110%, right? Perfect. So make sure you scan original without any stamps, anything from your translator, from your notary public. Make sure there is a scan of original. If it's not in English and French, I'm sure you guys know what to do, right? You need to translate the document and make sure the scans of the documents are clear. Immigration officers, they're people, and they need to get information from your documents. And we need to make your job is to make it easy and accessible for immigration officer to read and understand information from your document. Make it look perfect, right? Make it look understandable and perfect. So for the purpose that officers need that. So let's go for the next slide. Okay, we're on NOC code. Amazing presentation by my colleagues on NOC code. Again, number one, for example, you have created express entry, you chose NOC code, let's say 12200, I believe that's bookkeepers. And however, your duties are related to a different NOC code. Even though that NOC code still gonna get you the same points, eligibility, but that NOC code, let's say it's 1320, 13200. I don't know what's 13200, but anyways, just to give you an example that even though you're still in the same, let's say, tier or still eligible for express entry, or if we talk about other economic, especially economic immigration pathways, don't make that mistake finding your NOC code by job title, right? You have to read and fully understand the lead statement. Those couple sentences just right under the NOC code. The index of titles help you. Yes, if it's not there, they're still fine as long as lead statement and majority of the main duties, because the lead statement and main duties, this is the law, right? This is the officer's book, but they go by the book. They have the law and they go by the law, and they, okay, is lead statement, does it match applicable to this area, this business type? Yes, and then we look for the main duties, right? Do not expect that your employer knows NOC code, please. If it's very rare to have in my practice that employer knows NOC code, unless it's very easy one. Plumber is plumber, right? Then I don't know, but there are some other NOC codes, especially when it's service, when it's sales, some management position. Make sure you guys know what the NOC code. Do not blindly say, hey, employer, what's my NOC code? Do not do that, right? And when it comes to economic immigration, right, your NOC code will determine which pathway, immigration pathway you're going to go with. Whether you go with the federal, let's say, express entry, Canadian experience class, or will you go with other tier 4 and 5 NOC codes, immigration in your province. So be very careful. And when you start immigration, you like, okay, I don't know where to start with your NOC code, right? This will determine where you can apply, and then you'll go from there. Next, employment letter. We have this very surprised kid. Why? Because as I mentioned in my previous slide, your employer may not know the NOC code, and they do not know how to write immigration letters for immigration purposes. That's All the time. That's all the time, every time when we get the documents together from the clients, when we submit a PR application, we get the documents, employment letters that like, oh, this person worked so many hours, this is the position, they're asset to the company, we like them so much, and ask us anything you need if you need, right? That's no, doesn't work. It doesn't work this way. Again, we have to remember about NOC code. Remember what I just told you, that NOC code will determine your immigration pathway. So if you chose your NOC code incorrectly, it means that you potentially chose your pathway, immigration pathway incorrectly, right? So the officer needs to know that. So, and when it comes to reference letters, you need to know how to do them. You need to make sure your employer knows what you need, right? The letter for a mortgage or anything else to take a loan for financial purposes is completely different than it is for immigration purposes, right? There's so many little points for us to remember, right? NOC codes, programs, pathways, tiers, median wages. There's so much to remember, and you have to know you have to know what you need. And you can go back to your employer, say, dear employer, according to my duties and my responsibilities, what I do, this is my NOC code, and I need to write a very detailed letter to immigration officer, to RCC, to state all my duties properly. What we want to have on the letter. The biggest issue that I see, you can definitely see all my slides. You guys can take screenshots. I'm not going to read off my slides, but the biggest issue that what we see is when we ask our employer, say, dear employer, this is my NOC code. This is the duties. Can you write me a letter? What will employer do? Copy paste. We don't want that. We really don't want them. Don't want that. We want the letter to sound to be genuine, because copy paste doesn't not gonna. Well, don't get me wrong, I had files where people applied with copy paste NOC codes, like main duties for that specific, but I do not recommend that. It's just that person was lucky. Probably that was the first file the officer had on their desk after having good cup of coffee, right? Or tea. So we don't want to test, because the idea is it has to be genuine. It has to be truthful and reflect the actual duties, responsibilities you performed at the job location. So also make sure that letterhead is signed. There is a person who signs. Also my colleague Barbara mentioned, it's not just Bob, or I'm not sure who it was. It's Bob Smith, right? And position of the person. We want to make sure that the person who signed the letter has authority, or your supervisor or human resources person who actually knew what you were doing at the job, which you're claiming for immigration purposes, right? And for this specific topic, we don't need to claim all experience, provide all letters of experience. You need to know what you need to provide. You want to provide 10 letters, right? As I think Olena mentioned the other day, there was a poor person who have mentioned 10 employment, like work history, and had to provide 10 letters. Like, we don't want you to do that, because it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work, right? And provide, so usually, like, what officer wants to see: employment letter with the duties, responsibilities, hours, pay, and then you confirm that you were receiving a pay for that job, right? For Canada is easy. It's a pay stubs, T4 notice of assessments, contracts. It depends. Very rarely I use contracts, to be honest, because they're not awesome in terms of their information, what immigration officer needs. Like NOC code. You don't need really to mention NOC code in your letter of employment unless it's a specific provincial nominee program. In express entry, I just don't want to scare you guys. You don't need to mention your NOC code, right? If we come back to NOC codes, but your main duties, responsibilities need to be mentioned. And but if we come back to contracts, if you don't have a proper employment letter and you kind of need to rely on what you have, then you would use everything you need. So remember, employment letters, especially for economic immigration. Okay, so let's talk about the spousal common law issues for the refusals. So the common law, right? That one I see all the time. This couple is in my slide is happy because they haven't received a refusal, but we want to be happy like them, and what we have to do, right? So what if you guys applying under spousal or common law sponsorship inside outside Canada, you make sure, for example, if you guys submit your application on let's say what's coming December already, December 1st 2025, it means that from December 1st 2024 you need to provide this evidence that you have lived together as the couple, right? That's number one could be refused. I see also in cases that officer will ask, I'm not convinced that you meet requirement and eligibility of common law partners. You have only provide letters of cohabitation for 6, 9, 10 months, 11 months, right? We don't want to rush applying in a short couple months, not only on paper in your statutory declaration of common law, but also in your evidence, right? So go back to those letters, bank statements, utility bills, I don't know, Visa, credit card statements that show the same address for you and your spouse, for your common law partner, counting back 12 months. And usually I provide first, in the middle, and the last, right? You can provide all of them if you want to. And the other issue is people just like upload all the documents. That they just dump them all on immigration officer and like, here you go. This is your job. You have to figure it out. No, this is not your job to figure out, but your job is to get PR, right? And we want to get it smooth. We don't want to have like super bumpy rides, refusals, or PFL. So your job is to make sure that you kind of put all your documents together, right? You write a letter, how you met, where you met, who introduced, how your relationship evolved, and you kind of put it in a story supported by that evidence, right? I know it's work. This is what me and my colleagues do for you, for our dear clients, to make sure you guys approved and you're not getting additional documents. But anyways, you don't need to do it perfectly, like immigration consultants or lawyers, but you still need to try your best to make it good, so it's understandable for an officer, because you might be amazing, loving, genuine couple, right? Don't get me wrong, but guess what? Officer has other job to make sure you're not like, you are genuine and you are not, it's not marriage of convenience, right? So, and you guys remember, you submitting only paper documents. It's like lots of paper, lots of PDF files, right? Lots of screenshots, photos. Officer do not see you in person unless there is an interview, and we don't want interview, right? Who wants interview? This is a lot of stress, believe it or not. If I would talk about me having an interview and my spouse, who I know for 14 years, there's some things I still don't know about him, right? Or some little tweaks, like, and I don't need to know, and we are fine. But anyways, what I want you to remember is make your file so easy to understand that a 5th grader, so the student that goes to 5th grade, he would read, look through, and like, yeah, approved, you're a genuine couple, right? So this is what I would suggest you to do. And also I see people picking the wrong stream. Inland versus outland still confuses a lot. People get confused a lot about this topic. So when would you choose inland? Is, for example, if you don't have, if you have issues traveling outside of Canada, you don't have a valid visa, perhaps you don't have a valid status in Canada, you're waiting for a work permit, right? Spousal open work permit, based on sponsorship application submitted, and you choose inland, right? Because you cannot really travel because you are limited by your documents, and you don't need to travel. This is another one, because if you travel, that's what I've seen from my practice. If people travel for 4 weeks and more, sometimes even 2 weeks, but rarely, if people, for example, you guys submitted inland spousal or common law sponsorship application that inside Canada, this processed inside Canada, and you decided to travel. You're like, oh, like, we are done with these documents. We are so happy and excited. We're just gonna go on a world trip. I hope we all can do that. Or like you guys go for a couple weeks somewhere here and there, and then coming back, immigration of Canada is severe. When you guys leave Canada and come back, don't ask me how, this is a big secret, but they know. They know when you leave and come back to Canada. So they will, you might get the letter saying like, I really don't think you meet requirements of this program. Please disregard any information we have sent you before, an approval and principle, this and that. We'll start from beginning, right? So we don't want to do that, to have this in your immigration pathway. So if you need to travel, you can be in Canada and use Outland, like so your family class application. So it's processed outside of Canada. You might need to the landing process is different, right? So when you land, you'll have to leave and come back to Canada compared to inland process. And also you might have an interview outside of Canada. However, if you need to travel, and for example your work requires you to travel, I would go for Outland as long as you have passport, valid visa. You can still be inside Canada and use a family Outland sponsorship, right, application process. So it's faster when we talk about like processing. It can be faster, can be long. It depends. Every case is unique, right? Every person is unique. Every immigration case is unique. We don't want to say, oh, my neighbor got PR in 1 month, right? How come my immigration application is now 2 months? Please remember, different offices review your application. So you have to kind of pick the right one. And also remember, right, what evidence that you guys live together. What I also see sometimes when people come back after refusal or they get additional document requests when it comes to spousal sponsorship and common law is like you guys just submitted marriage certificate and you just recently married. No. We don't want to do that because remember, officer, it's a big issue in Canada, marriage of convenience. And officer will look at your file and think, okay, am I convinced that you guys are a real couple, right? And if there is only marriage certificate and you guys married 1 day ago, I'm joking, you need time to get marriage certificates. You guys married, let's say, a couple months ago. This is not enough, right? Treat it as, let's say, partial, I don't know, common law application, right? You still need to show evidence that you live together as the couple, right? When you met, how you're like everything, right? You basically, and then it will be good for you guys when you're getting older, when you're gonna be retired. You guys can read those amazing stories you were writing to immigration officer and remember, right? In case you forgot some stuff. So also. Child, if you guys have a child born in Canada or anywhere else, it doesn't mean that you're a couple for immigration purposes, right? So we need to remember that. So sometimes I see people add, oh, we have a child together. I understand. However, this is not necessarily what immigration officer will consider as to confirm that you have genuine relationships. Okay, so I think I have 2 more. I have 6 and 7, and then my last slide coming up after this. So I remember about the friend who got PR in 1 week, right? We don't want to do this copycat cat trap because everyone's unique, every person unique, and then remember about our living organism called immigration that changes all the time. Right? So you need to build your personalized plan A and plan B and recheck quarterly or at least once in 6 months or recheck every time immigration posts some news or updates or anything else, right? Just a quick note that we had the immigration plan released. You probably seen, oh my God, I'm so confused when it happened. Was it yesterday or today with the numbers, details? I think it was yesterday with the details, and it looks good for provincial nominee programs. So you guys should all be all over the place with your provincial nomination programs. Do not lose that moment. And also like words of wisdom, right? Protect your future. So if you have decided to work with a professional, make sure they're true professionals. Unfortunately, in our life of immigration consultants, there's so many bad people who use you for their for their sake, for their financial reasons, and they do not have a license. Even sometimes it happens that people with license will not do the best job, and life is like this. There's people who are good, people who are bad, right? So you just need to make sure you work with the licensed person and that they're good and licensed and experienced, because especially, for example, in your case, you're like, I'm not sure when I'm gonna get invited if we talk about economic immigration next time, and I'm so scared because like it was so hard for me to get this invitation to apply or provincial nominee, and I'm just so scared I'm gonna get refused and like my status expires soon. Make sure you work with person who can really guide you and provide that service at the 100% mark, meaning that do everything for you in legal terms to get you where you need to be with your future in Canada. And also own your file. This is big one. Every time people come to work with me and say, "Dear Daria, I'm so excited. I got invitation to apply, express entry. Let's apply. I have everything. Let's apply tomorrow." Yes and no. I would love to apply tomorrow with your application, even though all your employment letters, police certificates are in place, meaning there are the ones we need. However, I need to look through your previous applications. Previous 57, I'm on 5710 forms, any study permit application, anything else. Because I don't want to get, remember we talked about PFLs? Yes, not a pleasant topic to talk about. We don't want to get PFLs, right? Because I have to look through each application you guys submitted in the past. This is my job, yes, and this is your job. If you guys applying on your own, you have to do that. Please do that homework. Also, unlicensed misrepresentation. You know about the unlicensed consultant? There was recently, I think, a couple months ago, a big story headline on social media where the person has trusted an unlicensed consultant who has helped to prepare and submit application. And what happened is this person, main applicant who was applying for PR, did not disclose. So he said, nobody was helping me. I did everything by myself. And when that person applied, I don't remember what was it, to be honest, work permit or PR. So when you apply through the GCK portal, you have to pay. You pay and then your application is submitted. And that person who is a ghost consultant and licensed person paid with their visa. Guess what? Immigration officer sent refusal and misrepresentation, say, dear applicant, you have, according to our records, you have used services of what appears a ghost unlicensed consultant who have paid with their visa and have paid for other hundreds or tens of other applications. It means someone was helping you, right? So you don't want to do that. You can save money, yes, but when the problem comes, this is your problem and this is your PR, this is your future in Canada, right? So copies of your applications, review them all. Do not get PFLs, get approvals. That's what we want to get. And this is thank you from me. And also I want to remind you that immigration is not easy, right? So, but remember about discipline. If you rely on motivation to learn French or English, it will not get you far. I talk about me from my experience, right? Discipline, this is what gets me going every day, small step by small step to get where we want to be. And I wish you to have that discipline and motivation as well to start the process. And I hope you all, I'm sure, not that I hope, I'm sure you all got so much useful information from this summit. And thank you everyone who has been with us for over 3 days. And thank you, Elena, for organizing it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Daria, it was great. Thank you. And now we're ready, I think, to start our Q&A session. So yeah, let's start with some questions, maybe with regards to refusals, if anybody has questions specifically to Daria, and then we'll just kind of slowly transition to all the other questions. And we have Lori with us, Katie and Lawrence to answer your questions, and then we will have others dropping in too as they can. Hi guys, hi. All right. Okay, let's see. if I can find some questions to Daria with regards to specific topic of
I
refusal.
see one in Zoom chat. I can only see Zoom
Mhm.
chat. Read off and go ahead if that's okay.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So there is a question in Zoom chat from Isato. Hi, Daria. I'm Isato from Sierra Leone, a registered nurse. I want to work in Canada. Which application should I use, please? So I think it's, do you want to work? Do you want to immigrate? If we were to look at getting your work permit, it would be harder because you would need to get the license, you'd need to get employer support. So I would suggest to look into express entry, category-based draw for healthcare professionals. Look that way. So basically, you don't really need support from employer. You need your English, French, diploma evaluation, previous work experience, correct knock codes, police certificates. See where you are in terms of your express entry points and see if you kind of meet that cutoff score that has been happening, I think 3 or 4 times this year already. Healthcare professionals were on fire this year. So this way you come to Canada, you get PR at the airport, and this is yay. This is the best. Okay. This question to everyone from Maria. I'm just not sure if it's about what about ECA for MCC, for MD with some no codes versus ECA? There are 3 no codes. I think it's physicians. There's 3 no codes. I always forget which ones, but there are 3 no codes in medical field that you need to get MCC report, right? Medical Council of Canada reports for those if you claim experience for those NOC codes.
Well, it's actually, if your primary occupation is a physician, so technically, if your primary occupation for express entry is not a physician or like one of those 3, right? Then you don't need to do ECA for medical consult. So it's like it's a bit technical, but yeah, if you got incomplete application, Maria, it is actually clearly explained on the IRCC webpage. It's like pretty clear there, but it's unfortunately it's a pretty common reason for incomplete applications for medical professionals, specifically physicians, a lot of them. I have a very interesting question. If I don't know, maybe who do we have here? Lawrence, maybe if you want to address that one. So Adele is saying that and I have not heard about it, maybe you have, but Adele is saying that those applying from Quebec for express entry and they systemically get PFLs, despite the fact that a lot of Quebec people genuinely intend to live outside, to leave Quebec, live outside of Quebec for most of them. So Adele is saying is that it systemically happens that PFLs are issued for those who are applying from Quebec and say that they will leave Quebec. What's your opinion on that, Lawrence? Maybe you've seen those cases?
Yeah, most of the time, so for now I have not, but it's because at the time of submission of PR, it's really, really important that you prove that you've already like take some actions to show your intent to go out of Quebec. So it's not just writing on the letter, yes, as soon as I will get PR, I will move out. It's really like, have you start like looking for jobs? Have you explored, like, did you do some traveling? Have you visited some cities? Are you in some like Facebook groups, like to show that you are really active even before, of course, getting your ITA? And this should be part of your application. So even though there is nothing, is like the French test, you don't have somewhere to download the document, but you have to put it everything yourself into client information. And of course, what will happen as well is that sometime because of that, getting your PR card as well can take more time. If they see that by the time, when you receive the first email to say, please send us the information so we can create your portal. If they see that your address is still in Quebec, then it can take more time as well. So as soon as you send your PR application, put as many proof as you can to show that you have already taken action to move out of Quebec. It's really important.
Yes, I have to say, add to that, that I have not seen it happening systemically. But yeah, we've had obviously lots of clients in that shoes, especially in the last 2 years. And usually what we say is that once you get invitation to apply, like we actually say that, okay, like you have to move outside of Quebec. And then, so then when we file the application is already filed with either Ontario address or other provinces address. That's how we suggest doing it. That being said, last year I had application filed while the person still lived in Quebec, but then in the middle of the process, they moved outside and the approval was very fast. But again, as Lawrence said, it's important to go above and beyond on actually providing that proof, right? And I don't know if generally people do that, right? Like we know that we need to do it, but if the person
I don't
applies
think
by
they
themselves,
can, yeah.
maybe people like not like taking it lightly, right? So that's something to think about. Okay, guys, the way it's going to work is that like just pick your question from the chat, or if you see Q&A box, then from Q&A box, and then yeah, and then we'll just take turns and answer the questions.
If I may, I'll start with a question from Stephanie Rios. Hi, everyone. It says, my work permit was tied to my husband's LMIA. I assume her husband's LMIA work-based work permit. But when it expired, I had to switch to visitor status. Would you recommend applying for a different status without having to leave Canada? Well, here's the deal. As a visitor, first of all, congratulations on changing to on remembering to change to visitor. And now the thing is that as a visitor, there are just very specific circumstances in which you could apply from within Canada. So would I recommend it? I guess the question should be, are you eligible for, like, do you have a job offer? Are you going to study? And if so, we'll need to look into whether you're eligible to apply from within Canada. If not, it will have to be from outside. So yeah, that's.
Do we just jump in? Okay. Someone in the Q&A, anonymous attendee, says, my partner and I are currently living together and will reach 1 year of cohabitation next year. Is it advisable to book an immigration consultation now to understand what evidence and documents we should start gathering for our future common law sponsorship application? Yes, yes, big yes. Yes, start now, because there's a lot of documents to collect, and even things like if you haven't got a shared bank account, you want to open one and you want to start using it so that when you actually need to submit copies of that actually there's transactions in there. So yes, absolutely have the consultation now. You don't have to hire a consultant or lawyer now to do the application. You can decide to do that later, but definitely the sooner you get started, and this goes for any immigration application, whether it's temporary, permanent, Ontario, BC, Express Entry, whatever. If you are even like 2 or 3 years away from applying, it's good to have, and that's why we call them strategy sessions, right? A lot of us call them strategy sessions and not consultations, is because you need to start preparing, especially in this immigration climate, on what your strategy is going to be over the next 2 or 3 years, so that you'll be able to get permanent residency.
Thank you, Katie. I just want to add to that I love calling our consultations strategy sessions also because I feel like it gives so much hope to people, because in my eyes is that really what separates you and permanent residency is a strategy. Whether you like the strategy or not, that's a different question. Whether you're going to follow that strategy or not, that's a different question. But really, there is a strategy for literally anyone, any case. There is a strategy that you can take to get yourself to permanent residency. It's not going to be easy, but the solution is always there. You just need to find it, right? And in my eyes, it gives me a lot of optimism that there is always that solution. We just need to find it. Okay.
I can answer a question. I see in the Q&A box, Felicia, does not code of primary occupation must be continuous 1 year work experience, so cannot be accumulated 1 year of 2 jobs. So I think they're asking if they can work 2 jobs simultaneously and gain 1 year work experience. So for express entry for Canadian experience class, you need to have 30 hours a week max. That's what's calculated. For work experience, it can be in multiple knocks, but it must be maximum 30 hours a week. So if you're working over that, it will not count. So I assume that in that 1 year, if you did 8 months in tier 2 job and 2 second job for 4 months tier 3, you would be able to be eligible under Canadian experience class because it doesn't have to be in the same knock. But yeah, I hope that answers your question. And does primary occupation must be within past 3 years, either foreign Canadian work experience? So Canadian work experience needs to be within 3 years and foreign experience needs to be within 10 years. So I hope that answers your question.
I also feel like it's a little bit confusing because I've had this question asking on our YouTube video as well about Canadian experience. It has to be within 3 years, yes, to qualify as a Canadian experience class. But then if it's within 10 years, you're still getting points for it. It's just you're not qualified as a Canadian experience class, which is super
Yes, correct.
confusing. But a lot of people are now asking this question because it's actually a lot of people are falling out of that 3 years right now, and they went back home. And that's why they're asking this question, because right now we don't see general draws, we see CEC draws. So if you're not CEC, so not within those 3 years, then you may not get an invitation to apply as of current situation until we start having those general draws. Thank you, Saprit. So can I just stop everyone for a second? I just really want to take this picture and video for our records. Can everybody smile and wave and smile? Yay. Thank you. Sorry, everyone. We'll go back to your questions.
I see one addressed to me here, Olena, from Glacia for the AIP. She wants to know about her C18 for her work permit under AIP. So I just need to clarify a little bit. I know you're on a closed work permit. Your visa will expire in August, or your work permit will expire in August. If it's your work permit that expires in August 2026, then you don't necessarily have to apply for your work permit extension at this time. If you're actually talking about your visa, a visa is an entry document. It's a travel document only. So if you're talking about the sticker in your passport that lets you get on the plane and get to the border, if that is expiring in August, if you're planning to travel, then you will have to get that renewed. Like if you're planning on traveling between now or after it expires, then you would have to get that renewed. But your work permit under AIP, you've still got lots of time. That's a little bit less than a year from now. So depending on what our approval timelines become in the new year, I would probably suggest that you look at doing that maybe in the spring. And let me just continue with that, because okay. Okay. Again, you're like, I think Daria did this really well in her presentation. You're doing that comparison thing. Don't do that. Okay. Because your friend, something happened to his friend. Like I said, there's a difference between a visa and a work permit. So, if it's your work permit, you don't have to worry about it. If it's your visa, then you do if you're going to travel.
Can I answer a question? I saw it from Mimi, but I kind of lost it. But kind of the idea was whether we would suggest anyone to, like, if they can do it by themselves, or would we suggest always getting representation? And in here, I just want to mention you can definitely do it all by yourself, but like I mentioned before, this is such an important part of your life. It can have such important consequences. No one can be an expert in every single field. So no one expects you to be an expert in immigration. If you can have all these different RCICs to help you out, we all offer different levels of services, as in like review services or full representation. I'm sure you can find someone to help you out. It's not necessary. It's not something that you're forced to do. But again, no one can be an expert in every single field. So just my idea is just ask for help.
Maybe Kathy can put in her question about AAIP. I think there's a number of us who have experience with AAIP, but that's maybe you want to ask a general question, Kathy, and there's probably quite a number of us that could answer it.
I'll answer. There's a question in the chat box, like for everyone, anonymous attendee, could you provide ballpark budget for, should you proceed with consultation? So like go with consultation first, like my colleagues, we all have different prices for consultation. They're about the same, I think. I didn't check, but I know, I'm sure all of them will provide you amazing service at like 110%. Just make sure you choose the person who is best for you based on their expertise and experience. It's hard to say with the fees, right? Because again, every person's case is different. Family composition, previous inadmissibilities, misrepresentation, criminality, right? So go for consultation, and during consultation, your immigration consultant will be able to give you an exact number, right? Because to be honest, I don't give a number to my clients unless I have consultation with them. I have no idea what's going on. And I have no idea if I'll be able to help unless I have a consultation, because sometimes I cannot help and I refer to my other colleagues. Like, I don't know until I ask you all those questions and you tell me very truthfully. That's important.
Okay, I'm gonna take one last question because I have a consultation in few minutes, but it's a question from Velarde. So I'm in Quebec now, holding a temporary closed permit will expire on July 22nd, 2026. Got married to my Canadian husband last May 30th this year. Can I apply for spousal sponsorship? So there are two ways. So the first answer is yes, because since you are married and your husband is Canadian, he can sponsor you. But since you are in Quebec, you need to know that right now Quebec put a hold on the CSQ. So it's the Quebec certificate, selection certificate. So basically it's on hold until June 2026. We don't know if on June 2026 they will reopen or they will continue. But that means that right now, if you apply for it, you can still apply for spousal sponsorship at the federal, but then you will receive a letter saying like you have 30 days to ask for your CSQ at the Quebec government, but this is totally closed. But what you can do since your work permit expires in July 2026 is like you can still apply for the open work permit. So this is still okay because it's being done at the federal level, but just be ready because today Quebec just released his immigration plan for the next few years, and they announced that for spousal sponsorship, there will be only 10,000 spots. So I think like when the doors will reopen in 2026 in June, we don't know if the 10,000 spot will open at once or if they will be like drop like month by month. We don't know, but at least prepare everything for June. So yes, you can apply, but then for the provincial part, you will have to wait for June. Thank you, guys. Have a great afternoon.
There
So
you
there's
go.
a question.
Lawrence, sorry, I was just gonna say Lawrence left and Julie joined. So they agreed that one French speaker leaves and one French speaker joins. Sorry, Fernanda, go ahead.
I don't see any LMIA questions, which is my topic, but I see a question about the Rural Community Immigration Program, which is one thing that we do in our firm. And it's Marcia Munkandi, and she's asking if that would be a path for her. She is 41 years old, and she resides in South Africa. She has 15 years of work experience as administrative assistant, and she's asking if she would have a chance there, or what path. Like, listen, I have seen the questions, and I cannot tell you, based on what you are telling us, what is your pathway. You need a consultation because we need to know a lot about you. It's not certain things we cannot give you like the pathway. That's why we need to create a strategy, as my colleagues were saying. But yes, if you are an administrative assistant, my suggestion is that you contact the first one of the three regions. Well, I'm talking about BC, which is where I'm more familiarized. One of the regions, but well, you can apply it anywhere. You need to contact to see what are the businesses that are already approved in that field, so you can apply and they can maybe hire you as a temporary worker first. So it's really almost impossible to do the first thing, like just apply for PR under that program without knowing anybody. And most likely they will choose candidates that are already working there. So if that is an option for you, I would suggest you have 5 years, because that program, it will last for 5 years. So you have time to do your research and apply and get a job. Of course, the employer would need to apply for an LMIA first, so you can start working with them. But because they are rural cities or rural areas, they won't have any problem to get approved and to hire you. And after you create a relationship with the employer, then they can support you for that position for a permanent residence. So don't think that I'm gonna be a permanent resident, I will apply. No, you need to do it's a long path. It's not like that. You need to have relationships. You have to have experience in Canada, and then you will see. One thing that I suggest is, since now, to study French, because that will open you more pathways. And if you are just starting to look around, just study French, and in the road you will see. That's my suggestion.
Fernanda, there is actually an LMAA question on the Q&A box.
Oh, I didn't see.
Do you mind if I can read it to you and you can answer?
Please,
Yeah,
because
it's
I don't want to...
from Anonymous, and it says, I'm on a VOWP, so vulnerable open work permit, and working now for a company. They like my work very much. My company applied for an LMAA, and the application was submitted. However, someone in HR made a change in our job bank account, and by mistake, and the advertising was paused for almost 3 weeks. What can we do? Do we need to start all over again? Like advertise the job again, withdraw current application and reapply? So basically, job bank account paused for 3 weeks after submission.
If there were another, like, you need at least three methods of advertisement. If one, at least, I haven't done it with the other ones, like to continue. Of course, I have continued with the other ones, but at least job bank. I'm sorry, I have a lot of noises here in my office. But anyways, if there are others advertisement running during that time, I think that will be okay. And I think because the requirement is that at least one advertisement keeps running the whole time. So if it is not job bank, it will be okay if there is another one. But if there were none, then yes, my suggestion is to apply again, because that will most likely will be denied. How things are right now, they are not forgiving anything. Actually, they are looking for mistakes.
And then also, whomever asks this question, you can reach out to Fernanda, just like tell your HR, because HR knows what's happening. HR can contact Fernanda, and Fernanda can like give an exact answer. Because why I'm saying that is because I had a situation when that happened with my employer. So my employer lost access to job bank, and it was like, I don't know, messed up. And the officer said that like, oh, you have not been running continuously. But then I was able to, and they were ready to refuse, but I was able to convince them kind of back, and it was approved. So sometimes, it's not all doom and gloom. It's just a matter of knowing what's happening and like how to respond to the officer, or maybe even get in front of that, right? So you can always share contact details with your HR, and I'm sure Fernanda can, just exchange emails, right? Okay, guys, anybody else sees a question?
I see one here.
Sorry, go ahead, Lori. Go ahead. No worries.
Okay. I see one here from Shelley Frost, and I think it's carrying on from before. Shelley, yes, it's possible for you to reapply for your husband's visitor visa, but having 2 refusals is going to make it harder. My recommendation to you is, since you're doing a spousal sponsorship application, you do that first. Get that submitted and get the acknowledgement of receipt. And I think you were asking about in Quebec, it's the provincial part that will be held up. Like in Quebec, it's a 2-part process. So it will immediately go to the federal government. To have a better chance of getting that visa for your husband, you have to actually submit the application so you have proof that that it is in process. You can't just, it's going to be next to impossible to get a visa by just saying we plan to apply. Okay, because plans are not actions. So that would be my recommendation to you. And since you've had 2 refusals, I think you need to do that very, very carefully. And, maybe have a meeting with somebody and show them what you sent the first few times so that we can help you overcome it. I hope that helps.
Yes, Saprit, you want to go?
Sure. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce the name. Coffee or Caffey? They ask, can both my husband and I have separate EE profiles where we both have each other as a dependent on our individual applications? He's working in construction and I did a master's here, so I feel as though we both can have a chance at being invited. Yes, you most certainly should do that. You should have your own profiles and you should be dependent on each other's. There's nothing wrong with that. You're an individual applicant and you're adding your spouse to the profile. And yeah, if he's working in construction, maybe, maybe there's a trade straw coming soon. Hopefully, you never know. And maybe you have extra points because of your master's. So definitely a good idea to have 2 profiles for each other going. But yeah, and then one more question I think someone asked, are you allowed to change your profile after an ITA, or is that discouraged? It really depends on what you're updating or changing. If you're just taking, like changing some things and putting it into your personal history, but it's not affecting the CRS points you have, then it really, it might be okay as long as you provide a letter of explanation. But if there's a huge change, like you're omitting some work experience that got you points, that's not a good idea, and you'll likely get a PFL, ADR, or even a refusal. But yeah, that's all.
There is another question, well, a question from Fe Ferrer. She's saying that well, I guess she's a visitor, a nurse back home. she said that she has an employer willing to sponsor, I guess, a job offer. It's not a sponsorship. In talking about employers, I've been saying this all my life as an immigration consultant. Businesses do not sponsor anybody. Businesses make a job offer. That's it. You don't. You are not in debt with them. You are an employee. They are employers. So that changed your state of mind a lot. But if you have a job offer and it's related in healthcare, the LMIA restriction doesn't apply. That's one of the fields that even if you have a low wage, the employer can apply for an LMIA. So that would be the way to go. But you need to keep in mind that you cannot change your status inside Canada. The application needs to be outside Canada, and you would need to leave when you are approved or when you are ready to apply. It's up to you.
Sorry, guys, can I just quickly jump in because I want to take this question from YouTube, and then we'll do Katie, and then I think Daria wanted to do the question. But just a quick question from YouTube. I got an invite under the French draw. My reference foreign experience letter describes duties for NOC number web developer, so 21234, but I selected software developer, so 21232. Can I change it, or is it a risk? And I know that, of course, it's hard to give an exact answer, but any thoughts? Anyone wants to comment on this? And I put the question in the chat box if you want to see it visually. Anyone wants to go? You can just jump in if you want to answer.
I can go in. For the foreign work experience, we just need to assess what is your actual duty. And when we know your duty, we can tell you what is the right NOC code, and we will submit the right NOC code. There is no point to tell a good NOC code or anything. It's just like see the duties and match the NOC code, and that will be the NOC code you will mention in your PR express entry.
But do you think the fact that let's say, so this person is saying that, you know, they think that the reality is that the NOC code is different under which they got invitation to apply. Do you think changing NOC code after invitation to apply is okay?
If it's the French draw, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's the French draw. That's right. Yeah.
So it doesn't matter the work experience. They just need to put the right NOC code.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, thank you. Now, Katie, I think you're next.
I was just going to add to that. If you're changing your NOC code, just make sure you're changing it from a skilled NOC code to another skilled NOC code, because you don't want to lose the points or lose your eligibility that you had when you were invited to apply for PR. So you can make changes as long as it doesn't negatively affect your score and that you still would have been invited to apply for permanent residency. Okay, there's one from Anonymous in the Q&A. It says, I'm on a postgrad work permit and have been sponsored inland spousal. My postgrad work permit is expiring, but we haven't received the AOR. When can I apply for the bridging open work permit? Or probably what you're referring to is the work permit for spouses being sponsored. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to submit a work permit extension before your postgrad work permit expires. And we're going to call this an early spousal open work permit. So in that application, you won't be able to put your AOR yet, but you're essentially just getting yourself in the queue to continue working under maintained status. And as soon as you get your AOR, then you can update that application via the web form. I usually include a letter stating that exactly what I'm doing. So I'm putting this application in so that the person can continue working under maintained status. And as soon as we get the AOR, we will attach it to this application, but it's so that you don't become out of status. So again, submit the extension before your postgrad work permit expires. You can continue working and being paid legally under maintained status. And then as soon as your AOR comes in, you can add it to that application. And hopefully they don't look at that extension request before you get the AOR for PR, but generally it should, time-wise, it should work out.
All right, so I'm just going to take the question from Cecilia, and it says, can someone explain in brief what is the federal skilled worker category? Is there a distinct difference from other occupations, and is it government work only applicable to federal work experience within Canada? Well, Cecile, I think there is a confusion here. The federal skilled worker is not a category. It is a program. It's one of the 3 programs that are managed under Express Entry. Now, when we're talking about federal, we're not referring to jobs with the government. I do want to emphasize that it is a program for Express Entry. You have, in order to be eligible for the federal skilled worker program, you need to have at least, I think, Supreet mentioned it before, you need to have at least 1 year of continuous full-time work experience. It could be also the equivalent of part-time, but it has to be paid work experience, and it has to have happened within the past 10 years from the moment you submit your application. And it needs to be in a skilled occupation, meaning that in Canada, we have this system, the tiers. Yesterday, there was a presentation about the NOC code. So the experience has to be in either tier 0, 1, 2, or 3, so high-skilled jobs, professional jobs. You do need to have a CLB 7 minimum to be able to qualify. And in terms of education, you would have to present your ECA, your Educational Credential Assessment. There is a point system, like separately for federal skilled workers. So you have to, before you're able to calculate your CRS score in the Express Entry, you need to ensure that you're actually eligible for federal skilled worker program. And you need to score at least a minimum of 67 points out of a 100-point selection factor. So that's basically some of the specific criteria for the federal skilled worker program. And quite frankly, the work experience can be from any employer as long as you are able to meet the NOC code, the skill level requirements. And again, we're talking about high skilled work experience, whether it was for the government or whether it was for the private sector, it doesn't really matter. And in fact, the experience can be counted whether it is outside Canada or inside Canada as well, in some cases as well, depending on whether you meet the NOC criteria. So it's not necessarily, it's a program. So don't think about it as you're thinking of, category like the French category or the education category. You have to qualify for this program or for one of the 3 federal programs of the Express Entry in order to be able to enter the Express Entry pool.
I can take the next one. So there's actually one little question about the PFLs. So after submitting IRCC, a question from Adele, the PFL answer was the average response time. In my practice, it has been different. It depends what is the reason for PFL. If it's background security, it's one thing. If it's some kind of small thing, it could be from days to months. I'm not sure if my colleagues had other experience. And also there is one more question. I'll just take it from the Q&A box. I think there is a confusion. Again, anonymous attendee asking, the RCC website mentions that common law sponsorship, we should not download the paper forms since they're to be completed through the online portal. Does it mean that we can't start filling out the forms ahead of the time to prepare for the next year's submission? So you should not be using paper forms to submit your PR application. I think this is where confusion comes from. You can download the forms like 008, 0008, 5669. You can download them, print them, and fill them out. So at least you have that information ready. When you guys are ready to submit, you transfer this information from the paper forms to the portal. So I think that's the confusion. Thank you.
And I just wanted to answer the question from Julio Mans about AAIP. And Julio, I see your question. I'm going to be cautious answering it because you're saying that you have a nomination under AAIP through the non-express entry stream. I don't know that non-express entry qualify for a bridging open work permit. So even though you say you have no employer restrictions, if you qualify and there's no employer restrictions, then yes, it's not a problem, but I would be really, really careful. Because like I said, to my knowledge, bridging open work permits are only available to AAIP through Express Entry Program, that stream. I stand to be corrected though, if anybody else maybe has more experience on that one.
All right, I think I'm the one left. All right, so I'm just gonna take the question from Carly. I'm not gonna try to pronounce your last name because I'm not sure. But Carly is asking, what is the first step of spousal sponsorship? And is it okay to start early and send updates of relationship? Well, the first step is to see whether you're eligible, like, and what category you should be applying under. Like, are you married? How long do you have your marriage certificate already? Or if you're not married, like, do you classify it under common law? Have you already cohabitated minimum 12 consecutive months? If you meet the eligibility criteria, which is the first step, then the second step would be to start gathering all of the documentation, either have a consultation maybe with a professional if you're not sure. And if you just want to do the process on your own, just make sure that you review all of the instructions of IRCC, just get well informed. And it might take a little bit of time because there is a lot of information on the website. And then start getting all of the documentation before you start preparing your application. Now, in terms of, I'm not sure what you mean by, is it okay to start early and send updates of relationship? By starting early, it means different things for different people. You have to start when you are eligible, right? Because in terms of early or late, there is no specific timeline for spousal sponsorship. It's one of those applications that you pretty much have to decide, okay, we are eligible, when are we going to apply, and sort of like set a deadline for yourself. Otherwise, you're gonna be dragging things forever. But in terms of like starting, if you mean by starting early, like we're going to say you are in a common law relationship, but you don't have the 12 months yet, and you're thinking, okay, let's apply and then send the update. Absolutely not. You have to be totally eligible first, because you don't need to send any updates of your relationship. You need to send all of the information pertaining to your relationship in your application. The only thing that you would send later on is if by any reason your application, if you get a request from IRCC or one of those PFLs that Daria was talking about because something was not well documented in your application, which no one wants to go through that. So the advice is make sure you're eligible, have it all the documentation, and then you apply once you definitely can apply. Okay.
All right, guys, anybody else?
I can take another on the NOC change. Is my NOC change day question, I will say. Can I modify my NOC code from 1100 to 12200, even though I'm a senior accountant without a CA or CPA license? I can see that using the student NOC code 1100, we were granted post-graduation work permit, open work permit approval. So what is the benefit to change now? I don't really understand that. The NOC code 12200, you just have to be eligible for it. And I think under the employment requirement, you require some education or education and work experience, but there is no CPA license mandatory. Yeah, and if you mentioned the other note before, I don't get why to change now. If someone see the answer, yeah. Is there a problem if a person works? So yeah, I don't think why to change if there is a benefit to it. You will have to declare it in your next application why you use a previous no code before and explain the full situation. Thank you.
All right, guys. Well, are ready to wrap up? Anybody wants to do the last round of questions, and then we will wrap up?
I can take one. There is a question from Reg. Is there a problem if a person works remotely and the company is in Ottawa for OINP and foreign federal skilled worker? And I always mix them up. Foreign stream worker, federal skilled worker, right? So you were foreign stream worker program. So you can work remotely. However, you have to still be in Ontario, right? If you live in Alberta, Manitoba, and you work remotely for employer in Ontario, doesn't really shows connections, ties to the province, right? And because you haven't stated where you are. However, be careful with the companies who do not have actual office, because Ontario doesn't like those completely remote companies where they don't have an office where you could report to. But you can still work remotely. Thank you.
I'll take another question, and it says, do you submit proof of fund during your express entry profile? During your express entry profile, you don't have to submit any documentation. You just have to declare all of the things that you are using to claim points for. But it depends on which program you're applying under, because if you're if you're eligible through Canadian Experience class, you don't have to demonstrate any funds. Therefore, in the express entry profile, you would just, you don't have to say anything. You can just say like 0, or if you have $100 in your bank account or $1,000, then you just put that, but you just can't put 0. Now, if it is for federal skilled worker, then you do have to ensure you declare at the amount that is required depending on the size of your family. If it's just you, just go to the income, the proof of funds table, and just make sure that you have the amount need. Unless you have like a job offer to be able to waive that. But you would actually submit the proof of those funds if it is required once you receive your ITA and you submit your full application. But no documents is required when you're creating your express entry profile, just the information that will be proven later on if you get invited.
Maybe just a little bit connected to that answer, Benjamin asked if the number of children affects the CRS score. So no, it does not affect the CRS score, but you do need to keep in mind the number of dependents in your family for the calculation of the funds that you need, right? So it's a bit related to Lisandra's answer there.
I'll jump in and, oh, sorry.
No, sorry.
Oh, okay.
I can do one on the Francophone Mobility Program, YEMI. Can I qualify my application as urgent given that I may lose my job now and that I've been 3 months without a work status? That will depend on your real situation. And usually the answer is a no, to be honest here. And if I get a work permit under Francophone Mobility Program, will my spouse get a work permit as well? This will depend on your spouse, work permit, job title, and the result of the test need to be CLB5. Yes, as we have discussed today, speaking and listening CLB5. Thank you.
I can jump in here. There's a question in the Q&A from Anonymous for spousal sponsorship application. To apply for a spousal open work permit, is an applicant required to be in a selected high-skilled occupation? I think you're confusing the difference between a work permit that the spouse can apply for if they're in Canada and have been sponsored for permanent residency from their Canadian or permanent resident partner or spouse. There's no NOx or anything required for that work permit. It's simply you're in Canada, you've submit the spousal sponsorship application, you are eligible for work permit. You don't even have to be working or want to work to get that work permit. It's just you are eligible for it. However, if you're talking about your partner or your spouse in Canada has a work permit and they're a skilled worker and you want to get a work permit as their spouse or partner under their work permit, then yes, there are a bunch of different rules, but one of them is that if it's not a NOC code in a tier level 0 or 1, so the high up management positions there, and it's a tier level 2 or 3 occupation, there are specific occupations listed there that your spouse must be working under in order for you to qualify for a work permit. So just a differentiation between the two. If it's a spousal, if Canadian or permanent resident spouse has sponsored you, there's no requirements for job requirements or not code requirements for the work permit to get it. But there are if your partner or spouse is a foreign worker and is here in Canada on a work permit and you want to get a work permit under theirs. Those are two different things.
I'd like to answer this one from Felicia. It's could you clarify again what strong proof to avoid refusal for financial proof without joint bank account if later you get married and haven't lived together in Canada, or an applicant and spouse have to live together in Canada and have no choice and must have a joint bank account that shows transfers 5 to 6 months before submitting. So, Felicia, if your partner is still outside Canada and you are not married, then you are still in the development of the relationship stage. You have not made a formal commitment to each other, other than, then to continue like a formal commitment for immigration purposes, which would be either living together common law or getting married. So no, you don't have to have a joint account at this time. However, what I suggest you do is keep track of anything, like if you guys send money back and forth to each other, or gifts, or travel, anything that you do right now that shows the couple and the development of the relationship. After you get married, then yes, there's an expectation that when you get married and you're living together, that you're sharing expenses. How that works out is you don't have to share everything, but a lot of couples just have a joint account for household expenses. So that's if your partner's outside of Canada, that's not necessary. Unless you are supporting them. If you are supporting them outside of Canada, then it's usually a good idea to have a joint bank account in their country of citizenship with them so that you can transfer money, and that shows the flow of money going. I hope that helps answer your question.
I can take the question. There is from Benjamin about 427 CRS already in express entry. I believe you have profile. If add in French, if add in French, CLB 7 would add you 50 points. Make sure it's all CLB 7 across reading, writing, listening, and speaking. In TAF or TCF exams, 50 points. You would be 477. I forgot what was the last score, but it was 6,000 invitations. It was very decent in 430s. Still, would bring you to that invitation to apply for permanent residency. So go for it.
I lost the question, but there was a question there from someone from Nigeria, and they were asking, they said that they want to come to Canada with a study permit. What's required to do so? Well, the answer to that question is that question has a lot to unpack from there. So my first suggestion would be, if you're not sure, make sure you speak with a professional, maybe book a consultation with any of my amazing colleagues here, any of us, or any other consultant that you feel comfortable with, so that you can really go through all of the requirements. But just very briefly, the first thing that you're going to need is a letter of acceptance from a designated learning institution in Canada. Then you're going to need a provincial attestation letter or a territorial attestation letter, unless you fall under one of the exceptions. And that's why I'm saying you need to meet with a professional, because there is a lot to unpack there. And proof of funds. So depending on the program that you're going to take, the tuition that you're going to pay, plus the size of your family, you would have to calculate and see how much proof of funds you need to provide, and then other documents that will have to accompany your study permit application. And like any other temporary resident visa, you have to prove ties to your home country, just to convince the officer that your intentions are temporary, because remember that that's pretty much the main thing that you're coming for. You're coming as a temporary resident with a student permit, so you have to prove that in your application. Because there is much to be analyzed in case of study permits, I highly recommend you meet with a professional, especially when deciding what program you're going to study, because it doesn't make any sense to come to Canada to take a program that will not lead you to a post-graduation work permit. And so otherwise it will be a waste of money and time. So meet with a professional, please, and get informed before you jump into this process.
All right, guys. Are we good? I think, yeah, it's been more than 1 hour answering questions. So I think we can wrap up. If I'm just going to give the last opportunity, if anybody wants to take any questions. Last opportunity to speakers.
There's one there from Anonymous. It says, can I leave a country for vacation once I receive my postgrad work permit approval? There's no issue coming back. Yep, that's fine. Not just the approval, but you need the actual work permit along with your passport to show when you re-enter the country. But yes, as long as you have valid temporary status, you can leave Canada and re-enter whenever you'd like.
I just want to answer a question about a visitor visa. After a refusal, if it is recommended to wait 6 months to reapply. I didn't know that there was a gap, a suggested gap to do that. Like if in 6 months your situation change, that will make you applying with different evidence of your ties, your employment situation, things like that, then yes. But it doesn't depend on the time. It depends on what you can prove to make the application different. The evidence that you submit to prove that you are not going to overstay in Canada, or that you don't want to come back to your home country. That's the difference.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. And I think that's a wrap of our 3-day immigration summit. Yay! So I'm intending on organizing these once a year in April. So we're going to have one more April 2026, but then we're going to do April 2027. So I feel like once a year would be very grand for this kind of event. And yeah, thank you all the attendees, all our YouTube audience. We have a lot of people watching on YouTube as well. So yeah, just a reminder to everyone that you will receive an email with all of our speaker details, contact information, freebies, free resources as well. And if you missed any of the 3 days, you can watch all of them here. I'm putting the link in the chat. Everything is on YouTube. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you to all the speakers to be so generous with your time. And yeah, thank you. And everyone, have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Elena.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, everyone.
Everybody. Bye.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Bye.
Bye.